There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain, when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same. No, my heart feel like December when somebody say your name, 'cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day, yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday, but everything gon' be alright. Gonna raise a glass and say, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here but you're not, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today, toast to the ones that we lost on the way, 'cause the drinks bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you. Memories bring back you.
There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost, when I felt all the hatred was too powerful to stop. And my heart feel like an ember and it's lighting up the dark. I'll carry these torches for you, but you know I'll never drop, yeah. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts sometimes.
I just want to be enough for you, yeah. But you're just too much and being rude, yeah. Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, but you gotta tell me, yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. Think about it, 'cause I'm dying, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, but you gotta tell me, yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's stuck in me. I like but how you taste. Give me the signs, I'll take the step for you. You know I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby. Alright, alright. No, I like you, baby. You know I want you to take the control. I'm like, alright, baby. Alright, alright, baby. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. I can hear you through the silence. Through the silence. Through the silence. I can hear your voice. 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 I can hear your voice.
You ready to take off? I can't wait for you now that I feel it. I gotta dance to the beat that I'm hearing. You want me to be still, watch the ceiling. You can't stop me, you're ready to take off. I can't wait for you now that I feel it. I gotta dance to the beat that I'm hearing. You want me to be still, watch the ceiling. You can't stop me. You can't stop
I got the bass code romping. Bass code romping. This shit if I got the bass code romping. Bass code romping. Bass code romping. Bass code romping. This shit if I got the bass code romping. Bass code romping. Bass code romping. Bass code romping. Shit up, I got the bass code.
더 이상은 지켜볼 수 없다. 이제는 내가 직접 나서야 할 때가 된 것 같구나. 형제들이 검을 높이 들어 첫 번째 저수백에 더 이상 패배란 존재하지 않는다. 이 땅에 영광의 전투가 펼쳐지리라. 엔타로 GSL.
I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run.
아프리카 TV 프리급 스튜디오 라이브 2020 GSL 시즌 3 코리아's Last Stand.
What is up, everybody? GSL Codas continues on. We're still in the round of 4, and today we'll be doing Group D. We've got some players that I'm very excited to be talking about, particularly SOS, who tends to do better in the later half of the year than he does in the early half, and he's done very poorly this year.
Yeah,
so
he's
far.
done so poorly. He's due to win GSL finally.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, it is true. SOS always fails at the first half of the year, or the first 2/3 of the year, and then picks up right at the end, just in time to either get 17th place in Korea and not go to BlizzCon,
or win the whole thing.
Win the whole thing, basically. Yeah, it's. I don't know why he does this to you, Tasteless, because I know you love him.
I love him. I think we can all remember was this the first day of GSL where he made the Nexus? In the main, I think that was season 1. I believe it was our first, maybe our second day, but I think
it
first.
was early. It was early.
And he was eliminated that day, but again, it's those crazy SOS strats. I am hoping to see him do well here.
Well, look, he is one of the top players on the ladder right now. Last time I checked, he was ranked number 2, almost 7K MMR. So he's in shape.
Crazy.
He's in shape. For someone like that to be so highly ranked, such a strategic player, that means that he is mechanically really sound.
So we're halfway through the round of 24. As you can see, the players who've advanced is Solar, Trap, Dark Zest, and Morrow Dream.
2 of each race. Look at that perfect balance. I mean, that's a sick round of 8 so far, or round of 16.
Right.
I mean, as far as today goes, I think you can look at it and just say, okay, we definitely do have a couple of favorites here, and that would be Kieran SOS. You shouldn't sleep on Bomber because he's Bomber, so like we know he has a lot of innate skill. Maybe he's going to be able to show that. And then Armani is still, I think, up and coming, you know?
Yeah, I'd still put him in the lowest tier as far as Codesk players are, but
pretty much.
I think he might make it out, and that would be a very exciting story. That'd be a pretty cool upset to have.
Yeah, he's a good player and getting better. This guy, he had a sick season 1, and it's kind of funny because Dream still thinks he's the best Terran and not like a Maru or a TY, right? Yeah. Which kind of blows my mind. But last season, he kind of fizzled out. Instead of having another deep run, he kind of just didn't do it. He was in a group that was kind of tough and just didn't make it out to not much fanfare. And so I don't know where he's at.
Here's one of these players who's been in an odd spot, right? A member of Jin Air. You know, that was the greatest StarCraft 2 team. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't have the results like Morrow did, like SOS had, like Rogue had. He was a very good player, but by comparison, never really shined.
Yeah.
I guess Creator is probably the largest version of that, but Curious is someone who can beat pretty much anybody, but hasn't had the spectacular results, and I guess we're just kind of waiting for him to eventually hit that achievement. You know, it's hard because as much as he's improving, everybody else is improving as well.
Well, that is the problem, right?
Yeah.
You're in quicksand all the time in StarCraft because everyone in the world is always improving.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about any multiplayer game, but especially something as competitive as StarCraft is that because everybody's figuring stuff out all the time.
Yeah. No matter how many bad articles get up on Team Liquid to the contrary, it's just it's happening.
Yeah. Okay, Eternal Empire for game number 1. Let's get this TVT going. Cure vs. Bomber starts now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 힘도 팀 GP 마마 최지성.
You know, Bomber is a player we should speak a little bit more about, I think, right? This guy was a B-teamer in StarCraft 1 for Eastro. Really nice guy. Lived with him for about a year.
Yeah.
And, like, he was pretty good, but, you know, he had his ups and downs, as any B-teamer does.
Sure.
Didn't really make it in StarCraft
Actually,
1.
you might want to even explain what a B-teamer is. I think that with people that have only followed StarCraft 2 might not be as familiar with really how team houses worked in StarCraft 1, because there are team houses in StarCraft 2, but they didn't have the same infrastructure.
No, they certainly didn't. Well, Pro League was kind of the big thing, right? So A-teamers are the ones that you're thinking will probably qualify for Star Leagues and will play in Pro League regularly. B-teamers are kind of the players underneath them that provide practice and hopefully can be groomed into being strong players that can become A-teamers. So he was a practice partner and then a B-teamer, and never really made it into that final tier. His ID back then was Fancy, NSP Fancy. But he came to StarCraft 2 really early on, as many of the Eastro players did, actually. Yeah. And it's actually, when the beta was first released, I brought it and installed it on a computer in the practice room, and everyone started playing it. But so he came to StarCraft 2, right? And there was like 4 really good Terrans at the beginning of StarCraft 2. Like, I mean, you could talk about Clyde and Into the Rainbow and stuff like that, right?
Sure.
Hope Torture, a.k.a. But really, the ones that kind of stood up for more than 1 or 2 seasons of GSL were MVP, of course, MMA, Polt, and Bomber. But Bomber was kind of a little bit of a practice Bonjwa, where everyone knows how strong he is. Everyone knew who he was on ladder. He was bashing faces. He was putting up insanely great games against everyone. But he's not a GSL champion, you know? We expected him to be.
Yeah, he had more success in overseas events.
Yeah, he did some traveling and definitely did better.
He definitely was, if you were someone who was just following, big gigs in America and Europe, Bomber tended to be the player you thought was the best. By the way, this is a pretty spectacular catch here by Cure.
Well, he loses that one.
Okay,
but yeah, that was really well lined up.
Yeah, and now this is going to do absolutely nothing because trading infantry to kill that, totally worth it. Mm-hmm. And I'd say Cure has a little bit of a tempo advantage here.
Yeah, no, that was quite nice for him.
So please, go ahead. You were saying.
Well, it's just Bomber, he was kind of a staple in Codes and stuff, but not a champion, and never really lived up to the hype that everyone felt was his actual level of someone that could actually fight players like MVP for championships. But you know what? He's done the military now. He's back. And I feel like people like that don't deliver early on in their career and then kind of retire like he did into the military, I almost feel like when they come back, they have much less of a burden and have a decent chance of being able to rise up.
I think there's a lot more pressure on young players. Everything seems, I should say it seems and feels very fleeting. It even felt like this for me when I was playing.
Yeah?
When I was young, I thought, okay, I have to get good now. Like, I don't know if there's going to be tournaments late. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I think it's just a thing that young people have.
Yeah,
you don't realize how much time you
that a lot from
actually.
Young players.
Yeah, because like now, I mean,
I gotta do something now, Artosis. I'm like, you're 22. Like, what?
Yeah, what
do you got to do?
Yeah, what is the
I'm
rush
37.
here?
I still play StarCraft every day. You're fine.
Exactly. now that my hands and wrists have recovered, I'm back playing. I am way more relaxed about learning.
Yeah.
And if I have a slump, I go, okay, well, that's fine. I've got tomorrow and the next week and the next month and the next year.
Yeah.
And, and so on and so forth. But I think, a lot of the players that come back after the military, despite the stigma of, and I think this is starting to go away. All the bullshit's going away now that everybody's getting older.
Yeah.
All these weird statements that people would make about you can't be good when you're older or after, it seems to just be evaporating as people can just deliver facts, right? I mean, we saw Nesty do so well at his age. And
the oldest championship winner ever.
All these Brood War pros who were, some of them coming out of their military service and are playing perfectly. It really shows you that age is not as much of a factor. But, I mean, I think you finish your military service. StarCraft 2 is always going to be here for you. And I think Bomber comes back and he can play very well and without the same kind of pressure.
Yeah, I think it maybe there still is a little pressure there where you're, like, giving yourself a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
But, no one's really expecting Bomber like they used to expect him, right?
Nothing is more fleeting than the attitudes of German players talking about how they have to quit to go to their studies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
That's
not
really,
going to say names here.
That's actually switched around quite a bit. It used to be in StarCraft 1 that the European players would always be like, I have to go to studies.
They were always these weird pessimists. Yeah.
And the Americans would be like, no, we got to ladder more. But now I feel like it's actually the opposite, where the Americans are like, oh no, I gotta get a job and stuff, and then the Europeans are like, I can be pro. Okay, we can do this.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like that's the case at least.
Yeah. So we have some a little bit of a push coming in here from Cure.
That was a
Seeing that
great
there's no
catch,
third base, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think from here, yeah, you might as well harass. But Bomber's going to land this command center pretty soon here, because otherwise he's just going to get outpaced by Cure and outgrown.
Yeah, he's down 10 SCVs and 9 Army right now, so that's obviously not like a great thing. It looks like Cure's getting ready to hit multiple locations while having his third up. It definitely does feel, after all the hubbub that we just made about Bomber, that he's getting a bit outplayed this game so far.
Yeah, well, he's getting outgrown without much interaction here, which is always a little bit alarming. You know, usually you have one player bringing the game in one direction, the other going into another, and then you see how that interacts. But outside of that Reaper pressure, there's almost been no activity here from Bomber, and Cure is still outgrown him, has more bases, and has a pin set up.
It looks like Cure, I mean, he's looking for something, but not really finding it right now. Does do a drop into the back of the natural, sieging up a tank. That's a little bit annoying to deal with right there. Bomber going to come in and disable those 2 tanks, so should be able to clean this up pretty well.
Yeah, good pickup here, and there's no way to save those tanks back there. So not bad at all.
No, not too bad.
The third base has been landed. SCVs have been transferred over there. But again, you know, it's not the most exciting thing to explain. It's just pretty straightforward. Cure's like 5 or 10% ahead. He's just...
That's a good way to put it.
You know? Yeah,
I've never heard you describe it like that, but it's like pretty accurate. It's like,
yeah, there's no fancy...
Yeah.
And there's nothing I think that we're really seeing Bomber do that Cure's not also doing. So, at least for now, this does look like one player just a little bit better and stronger than the other. But Bomber is going to go ahead and move out now. Now, in TVT, it's not just about the numbers. It's about the angles at which you can engage each other. You know, everything in TVT, it's all glass cannon, right?
Yeah.
Lots of damage, but you eat damage very quickly, so you have to be at the right angle when you engage.
And Cure just looking on top of it right now. He's making his 4th on location. His 2-2 is nearly half done before the armory is done here for Bomber. His second factory finishes up before Bomber starts his second factory. He leads in every way. More workers, more army, more upgrades, map control. It's a lot of things.
Okay, well, Cure has the right idea. You know, this is a very straightforward way to play the game. Cure just is going to control the position that is most logical for Bomber to try to take next. And while that's happening, and by the way, Bomber has no map presence in this game so far, Cure is just expanding himself down there. And if, let's say that Bomber tries to attack at 6 o'clock down here in this shot right here, then he would be counterattacked by Cure. Instead, Bomber's going to try to come in here and take a fight. And Cure is just going to use this to try to buy time. He's making Bomber do all the heavy lifting to just have any growth. And this is not what most TVTs we cast at GSL look like, but this is one where one player seems to just be bigger, faster, stronger than the other.
Well, Cure is one of the best Terrans in the world right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, he already made a finals of GSL this year, so he's definitely in peak form.
This
is like much more one-sided than I expected it to be.
This is like a run-of-the-mill ladder game, to be honest, where the other guy just sort of has more and you can't get out on the map and do that much.
Yeah, a bit. Like, Cure is kind of everywhere. He's on all the sides. He's got more bases, more production, more upgrades. It feels like Bomber's just trapped. You just can't quite keep up. Like, he's down 30 supply right now.
Yeah.
It's not like he lost a ton of SCVs at the beginning or something.
No. This is the one it would almost be worth going through the replay and kind of seeing what exactly happened here. Like, did Bomber get his supply blocked here? Did he forget some kind of building? Because, yeah, right now Cure has basically got him caged in. Cure is now taking a 5th base in the bottom right.
I haven't seen a TVT that looked like this in a really long time.
This is what a lot of StarCraft 2 games look like. It's never what GSL games look like.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, like this is absolutely, a StarCraft game you can learn from. It's just never do we have something like this. By the way, again, the angling far superior here for Cure. 2-2 finishes after the engagement. Probably would have been better for Bomber to wait there, but I think even then, this is more about angles than it is numbers or upgrades. And now an attack in here at the top.
Wow, Cure on all edges.
Yeah, Cure is everywhere right now. And I think, let's see if Bomber can do something, but I really do feel like we're almost to the end here.
He can't. I mean, he's been so thoroughly dominated this game.
This is as much a strategic win as it is a moral blow here for Bomber. I mean, this hurts to lose a game like this, you know, where everybody.
Well, it looks like a mismatch this game.
Yeah, it looks.
We'll see if game 2 looks like that, because I don't think it has to. I don't think that this is necessarily indicative of Bomber's level compared to Cure's, but
I agree.
Something went heavily wrong.
Well, you know when you play somebody that's so good that you can't get out of your base?
It's a bad feeling.
It's a bad feeling. When if you do anything but try, you know, besides making stuff inside your home base, you lose.
Yeah.
It's just you being punished. So he's going to leave here. Now, this is a massive drop. But this is also going to leave an opening here where, once again, we can have a dive in. Now, the dropping on the tanks is a pretty good idea, but how much damage is really being suffered up here in the natural?
Well, he might actually clear everything with that, so...
Yeah, that's cool. I think, though, that Cure just goes back and re-macros up. Remember, it's 5 bases. Actually, it's 6 bases now, although SCVs haven't been transferred one. So it's 6-3.
Yeah.
So there's literally double.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, man. I mean, it's hard to imagine. Let's see, though. Bomber's going to try to push back. The problem is when you have double the bases of your opponent, you should have way higher production.
Yeah, so, he is outproducing him. He's out upgrading him.
Yeah.
Like, look, it's nonstop. Now, Bomber, he has hit his macro stride, right? Like, he is constantly producing. Well, he was.
You know what's
going
to happen? This is like, basically, Bomber's going to come out. He's like a baseball flying towards Cure, and Cure's going to catch him like in a baseball glove. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know what you're saying, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one.
He just catches him. Doop. The glove closes around the army.
I feel like
he's gonna get baseball gloved, man.
Yeah, no, he might get baseball gloved here. You're right.
Yeah. I've never really had to use a metaphor like this, but I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, he's gonna catch him.
Yeah.
It's a good throw, Slugger.
Yeah. Boop. Okay, well, this angle's actually pretty good. Maybe he will not get baseball gloved.
Well, it looks like he might take out this command. That's a nice move.
I'm kind of surprised that he let Bomber get in up here. Now he's going to have the high ground where he can hit them SCVs.
Well, he thought he was going to catch him with a baseball glove.
Yeah.
What a fool he was.
Yeah, it turns out that was like a grenade coming at him. You don't catch that. You don't baseball glove that.
He's now sieging up that base. Is Bomber just going to kill all the bases now? Is that what's going to happen?
He was trying to baseball glove him, and it turns out it was a meteor coming to crash. You can't catch a meteor.
He thought it was a baseball, but he doesn't have good depth perception.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's really far away. Okay, so this is a... Oh, well, hold on. Here's the moment. All right, disabling 5 tanks over there. And that is baseball gloving right there.
Is that?
Yeah.
He picked up the baseball glove that actually hit him in the side. He's like, ow, that hurt.
Yeah.
And then he dropped the baseball glove into a wood chipper.
Wow.
Yeah.
Got wood chipped. Wood chippered.
Yeah.
Still, though, I got to say that was a pretty good counterattack by Bomber.
Sure, it definitely was,
Again,
considering how tough this game was for him.
This should be a win here for Cure still.
Well, Bomber has very little, and now that Cure is back out on the map, having destroyed his army. That goes a command
What
instantly.
a weird TVT. By the way, that was the CC at the natural. The CC in the main has also been relocated.
Well, reduce, reuse, recycle.
Yeah, man. All right, well, I think there's still a lot of different ways that we can have Cure play this from here. You know, and the thing is, especially with the Raven count as high as it is, you kind of just disable whatever you can get
You
your
can
hands
disable
on.
all the tanks.
Yeah.
And throw some armor shreds down. It's no problem.
Yeah. So, all right, it's showtime here. All right, I'm going to back up, make sure he gets a better angle there. Oh, man, this is so many SCVs getting killed here, too.
Yeah. A little bit rough. Still have a big standing army for Bomber. He is down a couple upgrades on it. So that is a bit of an issue. Another set of disables goes down.
Okay, and he is just going to tear through here.
Definitely looks that way, but pulling back a little bit as the rest of the Marines come back. Oh,
damn!
Nice one.
That was some value with that spell. Okay, right now, Bomber hanging on by a thread. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to stay into this.
He's down about 80 supply right now.
Yeah,
So
and no way to remake his army the same way that Kier can. GG, so Kier takes game 1. Look, I gotta say, that was one of the most milquetoast TVTs we've had.
Yeah.
Out of the whole year.
It was a bit
out of all tournaments.
Yeah. Palmer fought back for a moment, which was nice. Like, he got some damage done. But
okay, but something happened in the early mid-game. I don't think that we were able to catch.
We were talking
big picture stuff.
Yeah.
And then as the game developed more,
well,
like Bomber didn't have anything on the map. He didn't have enough bases. He couldn't get out.
He was almost like playing very turtly after losing his 3 Reapers. And Kier was just like, oh, and this third command. And
Kier definitely played better A to Z. I think Bomber had a decent showing near the end, but you can't let Kier take that much of a lead. Anyways, Deathra for game 2. Right now, Kier with a 1-0 lead against Bomber. This is a best of 3 where the winner goes to the winner's match, the loser. So nobody advances and nobody's eliminated yet. But right now, unless Bomber can really upgrade his TVT, this may be a 2-0 with, I think, some very straightforward games.
Yeah, it could
Hope
be.
I'm wrong.
Well,
I really
I think he'll put out a better game here. I'm not sure exactly what went wrong in that last game, but I know Bomber's better than that.
Yeah, I hope that game is not representative of the rest of the play we're going to see from him. Anyways, game 2 is ready. Kier vs. Bomber continues on.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도. 팀 GP 바보 최지성.
All right. Let's see how this one goes down.
You feel like it's hot up here?
Yeah.
You feeling hot, Artosis?
Yeah, it's hot up here.
I see. Here's the difference between Artosis and me in our casting styles. You guys see me wearing a jacket on camera, but here's a little secret. I take it off. I look like a guy who's trying to run for office, but trying to look like I'm not too formal.
Yeah.
I look like, because I take off the jacket, I still have my tie on, my button-up shirt. I can roll up the sleeves. I can get a chair, maybe in a school, for instance.
Yeah.
Turn the chair around.
That's the way to do it.
Sit down so it looks like I mean business, like I get things done. I roll up my sleeves.
Yeah.
But you keep the blazer on.
I do keep the blazer on. I want to be ready in case we go back on camera.
You don't want to be like me, flailing and trying to grab stuff and...
No offense. You know what? No, screw it. Offense. No, I don't want to be like you, Jesus.
But you think it's too hot up here, huh?
It is hot up here.
I guess it is a little bit hotter than normal. Why is it hotter?
I don't know. It's because SOS is in the building.
That's true. I am really excited to see if SOS is going to play well.
He's going to get out of this group.
He has to, man.
Dude.
He has to, dude.
I Am Katowice is going to have a ton of money on the line. Okay? SOS will get there. But he needs a good season. I'm actually calling it now. He's going to hit top 4.
You think so?
Yes. He's going to hit top 4. He really does bring it at the end of each year, guys. Go look it up on the Wikipedia. You can go look at his results for seasons 1, 2, and 3 each year. And you will see that he kind of bombs out, and then at the end of the year, he's like, "Oh crap, BlizzCon's coming! Like I gotta win some points."
It's funny too, because like he's so inconsistent.
There's a lot of top. Here is okay. Let me actually just say this straight up, right? So there are players that are pretty much always consistent, and those players get a lot of like deep runs and always
like
qualify
Rogue.
for things. But no. Then there's players that are deeply inconsistent, but they're the biggest champions. SOS, Zest, Rogue, these guys have the highest highs and quite low lows.
I guess that's true. I said Rogue is really consistent. That's not true at all.
He's
now that I think
he's
about
not.
It. Yeah.
This is like the argument everyone uses when I say he's the GOAT. Like, no, he's won the most stuff. But also, yeah, he has all sorts of seasons where it goes out early, just like Zest, just like SOS.
Who's been most consistent, like Innovation or Maru or...
I guess not last year, but Stats was really consistent for a very long time.
That's true. He had about 2.5 years where he was just always having good results.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, some of these guys that are really inconsistent are also, they really go up and down, you know? There's something about it. There's something about that mindset.
Okay. Well, again, this time I want to see if Bomber can at least keep up with Cure here. I mean, the last game, it was weird because usually when we're casting games, there's some moment where somebody picks a strategy and it works or doesn't work, or somebody's hiding a building, you know, something happens, and then we can explain to the audience, you know, what went wrong or what went right. But frankly, in that last game, it didn't seem like there was any event in which the two players were interacting with each other. And I know that the Reapers were stopped early on, but that's not you know, some kind of butterfly effect moment where now we're in a completely different TVT. Bomber just didn't have as much of an army, didn't have as many bases, and didn't have any map control. And so Cure suddenly got ahead on 3 different fronts. It was very weird.
It was a little bit different for sure. Well, Cure, I mean, fortune favors the bold, right? Cure lands his 3rd command and stuff. He gets his E-base, he gets going.
Yeah.
Puts his ducks in a row. Well, let's see this time.
Well, everything is still mirrored here, so
yeah, pretty close.
I think we've got a little bit of downtime.
Yeah, definitely a little bit. They're both building 3rd commands.
You were mentioning this earlier that I can't remember what the context of it was, but the articles on Team Liquid coming up that have.
No, it's just that one. What was it called? The elephant in the room, I think.
Yeah.
That hit piece on all the pro gamers that was like clickbait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know. We've all joked about that for years. That was silly.
But I also find one of the things I always find funny.
Pro gamers aren't as good as they used to be. Nah, they're much better. You're right.
Yeah, I'm always shocked when people say that.
Yeah.
Like, these games aren't as good as the old games. I think you have the same internet I do. Go back and look at those games and tell me that's true.
Yeah. Silly stuff.
I mean, there was definitely some exciting moments in the older days as we hadn't seen that many strategies in the game yet.
Yeah.
So everything had a little bit more novelty, but this is way better, way cleaner. The other one I like is when people talk about the game dying. Oh, the oldest, most
That's
robust
pretty much
game
gone,
of all
though,
time.
in StarCraft, right?
It'll come back. Give it some time.
You're right. It rotates.
Give it some time.
through.
Someone becomes hysterical and decides that they can't play the game anymore, and then projects that onto everybody who's playing the game right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty normal.
It actually happens in other games too. It's happened in chess a couple times. People decide that chess is going to die.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because that one's pretty old and it doesn't seem like it's going to die to me.
Well, and apparently now it's bigger than ever, so
yeah,
it's even funnier. It's quite the opposite.
It's a good game. It's a good game.
So again, guys,
a little bit easy for my taste, but
I mean, there's no fog of war in chess.
That's true. And your opponent waits for you to take a turn. That's ridiculous, don't you think?
You just keep moving your pawns.
Yeah. Oh, this is hilarious. What am I even looking at? He just flew in with mass Vikings and landed them.
Yeah, this is...
and it didn't work at all. It didn't even come close to working.
Well, hold on. Let's see how this attack goes over here. This might be Cure getting like a little bit cocky.
It was like... It was a very box art move, and like...
I love when you say box art.
Well,
it so is on the back of the box of the
Yeah.
game. Like, here's what a fight looks like.
No, I know. If you go look at like the various box arts for StarCraft, it's like a floating science facility and a battle cruiser
two
against
void
a carrier.
rays,
Yeah,
and stalker on
it's
the
that
ground.
type of thing. It's like, and then the Vikings flew in and landed, and they had the Raven from the skies rain down the auto turrets to help. And then he does that and loses all those units.
What's funny is that Blizzard always kept that consistent. With StarCraft 1 into StarCraft 2 was the box art that absolutely did not represent what the game looked like when you played it. It was so funny.
Well, you don't want to probably represent what the game actually looks like
Yeah.
to new players that you're trying to get to buy the game, because it's going to basically be a man crying into his hands at his PC, right?
Just grinding of teeth and tears coming down as Nidus worms pop up in your base.
And then, yeah, someone being like, man, it's just a game. You know, it's like, oh, no.
Why are you so mad? It's just a computer game.
Yeah, you just started playing this game, right? He's like, no, I've been playing for 8
Yeah.
years.
I put more work into this than I did in Hall of College.
Yeah.
So that attack was pretty bad. Not only did it not work, but I think he gave up a lot of advantages that he could have had later on. He gave up the Vikings, which is actually very important in TVT, because the Vikings not only give you air dominance, they give you vision, a tempo with vision, right? Because tanks can shoot a little bit further than they concede. Never forget that. And so having enough Vikings out means you can actually win, or at least fire first with your tanks into their tanks if you're both in range of each other. They would have to be spamming out scans. It's just another action you have to do.
It definitely matters. It's definitely important. And Cure is a bit behind this game, right? Like, we see right now he has a little bit more army supply, but where I'm looking is, for instance, the upgrades are a bit slower there. I'm not sure of the exact Viking counts right now, but Cure has really pumped out quite a few Vikings at this point, so I don't think it's something he can't come back from.
Well, this is definitely, I think, a game where Bomber has a real shot now.
Sure. Definitely looks better.
Still scratching my head about what that attack from Kira. That was odd.
Well, he did that and then was trying to hit Elsewhere with a couple tanks and like a group of Hellions and a Cyclone. So like, I think maybe he thought that it would be like an F2 a move type situation from Bomber. It's like, oh, this guy, he'll probably move his whole army on one hotkey and like.
Yeah.
But the other little attack didn't really do much either. So. But I mean, it was cool. If that had worked, there would probably be a thread on Reddit about it. Like, whoa, this is the new harass. It's so cool. Like, landed Vikings, really? That is the way.
One of my favorite moments was when we discovered the players that would do that auto turret attack onto the tech lab that was making stim.
Oh, yeah.
And we decided we had basically been drinking mud water up until now.
Yeah. That was funny. I feel like oh my god, he has actually twice as many Vikings as Bomber. 10 against 5. How does this even happen?
Well, yeah, actually, how does that happen? That's weird.
Yeah, there's not as much production, I guess, going on consistently out of that starport.
It does seem like whatever Bomber's doing is like an older approach to the matchup.
Yeah.
You know when you see somebody come back for a long time, or you and I have had this when we've had to take breaks and then come back, and we're trying to do whatever we did back in the day, and it's completely obsolete. It does seem like we're having a inferior play here from Bomber just all around. Nice snipe step SCV.
Gets a Raven and the SCV that was going to build a sensor tower.
Yeah, for almost nothing, too.
Yeah. Nice stuff from Kier. Just showing his speed, showing his power. 2-2 finishes up here for Bomber. Wouldn't mind to see him try to move out in the map a bit more. He's been sitting very passively, but you know what? Kier is maybe giving him good reason to, right? Right on the edge of some of his sensor towers, like in the right-hand side of the map. He has groups sitting around, right? Kier is ready to pounce if he sees Bomber out of position.
Well, Kier, again, just if you guys look at the mini-map, I think it's illustrated a little bit better there than on what we're seeing on screen here. But there are these, well, here's what I was going to get to. Little army down there, and there's actually another one to the center right at about 3 o'clock on the mini-map. And basically, Kier is waiting for Bomber to move out on either way, and then he wants to come and drill in and hit one of these soft spots.
But Bomber is turtling so heavily this game.
Yeah.
And he's not anywhere near as far behind as previously, right?
No, this is a much better game than game 1.
Well, he's gone up to 5 bases already, so that's really good. He's got his 3-3 on the way, well ahead, and he's adding a bunch of starports. So that's kind of what you need to see. He's even building more command centers, right? Same amount as Kier is. So they both kind of realize that they're in this type of situation.
So
here's where I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah,
right?
please. Oh, I don't
this
know
is
about
going to come down to air units. Yeah, like you see
can't believe he's even attacking in here.
Oh, no, he wants to lose these units. It's time to switch into air.
No, you're completely right. Yeah, he wants to free up the supply.
Yeah, and as soon as you see an attack that bad as Bomber, you have to be like, oh, he's just producing air units now. Because this is what happens to TVT. If it gets into positions like this, it turns into Sky Terran. Because Liberators will beat siege tanks, and only a small amount of siege tanks are needed for the Marines. And then it's just about having enough Vikings to actually make sure that your Liberators are the ones that are sieged.
Yeah, it's a funny thing with StarCraft where you have certain units that are very valuable at certain times of the game, but the longer the game goes on and the more tech that's been developed and the more bases that have been acquired, suddenly those units can become obsolete. In this case, it is the infantry we're seeing thrown in here. Roaches is a good example of this. In all the Zerg matchups where Roaches have a really robust presence in the early mid-game, and then they're not, you don't want them. They don't scale well into a much later game.
Exactly.
In most situations.
It is about that scaling, and like you get up to certain size armies, It's like, well, when there's enough siege tanks, suddenly Marines literally can't even connect a shot. But then if it becomes very siege tank heavy, well, flying units deal with that. You know, so that's where Bomber needs to get into, and I know that he has a bunch of starports, but right now he's grossly behind on air. Grossly behind. So I'm very nervous for him here, because it's like Kira should be able to out-finesse him with the army he has very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's a much more technical army. In fact, he could probably disable every single tank here, right?
Look at this. 9 Ravens to 1, 15 Vikings to 7 at the beginning of this battle.
Wow.
Not even a chance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Everything was killed off there. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. Okay, so another disable.
So
the
funny.
tanks keep creeping in.
Yeah, you can just disable everything with this much, and you have enough Vikings that your opponent can't shoot them out of the sky.
It's important that you get up to this type of tech. You can't just stay back on what you had before.
You can't sit on Marine tank. Like, if you want to utilize Marines more heavily, when they throw their Marines away, you have to look at that, and you have to say, oh, he's switching into air. I have to attack right now.
It reminds me of these games where you start out in a certain time period and you have to eventually upgrade.
Yeah.
Like you grow with the ages.
He's
like
still
right
using
now,
spearmen.
Yeah, he's got spearmen, and right now Curse is rode in on horseback.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well, that's probably the spearmen would do okay against horseback, but not against a tank.
yeah, right now they've come in to have muskets. How's that?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Even if the spearman gets close, they have a bayonet.
Yeah, they're fine. I think you're still in trouble if you have to use your bayonet against a spearman.
Yeah,
but
you don't want to do that.
You don't want it.
want
That's
to.
not the goal.
But like, you know, you might 1-for-1 there. Not a good outcome for the musketeer, but like for me, the general, it's fine.
Yeah, you're fine. So we're just watching as Kira continues to tiptoe through the position of Bomber, and Bomber is completely impotent here. He can't do anything against this attack.
Well, this is the type of situation where he might just want to mass Vikings, right? And plow through everything. He's sending up the rest of his army up the middle of the map. This is actually a good move. I like this type of move because right now Kira is so tech heavy, he probably doesn't have that much at home.
Yeah, and he doesn't probably have
See?
enough infantry to come through.
He has like nothing here.
And this is, I think, a
This
Bomber
is great.
taking a disadvantage and then turning it into an advantage here. But let's see what is actually down here to try to defend. Okay, great connect on all those Marines. The planetary goes down. This was 3 command centers up here that was picked off. Again, though, Kira has way more bases.
Yeah, disabling a lot of tanks right now. Like, Kira slowly but surely is going to chew through this army, but look, you can see that it takes him some time. We saw a bunch of command centers killed there by Bomber. This was a good set of moves from him. Now, we have mass BCs being made on both sides, but this favors Kira because he's been doing it longer. You know, he has so many Ravens.
We don't often get to see just tanks fight just Marines and see how that goes, but
as you would expect.
yeah. So Kira's basically held off everything up here, and I assume the next point is actually going to be in that last screenshot back there. He's going to attack over in that location. The problem is, even though Bomber has some good plays, in the big picture, if this was a race, we have Kira basically lapping his opponent.
Yeah, it definitely looks like that right now. I want to see the unit tab. I think that will tell us by far the cleanest story of where these guys are at. They both use up their banks. They're both maxed out. You see their ship weapons are at about the same place. Bomber actually has an extra armor, which is nice.
The battle cruisers, which you've seen a little bit of here, are going to become more and more important as the game goes on.
Battle cruisers are super funny in these situations because disabling them works really well.
Yep.
And Vikings can work really well, but they're like better than a Liberator in these spots.
Yeah.
You know? So it's...
Well, they're also very tanky.
Yeah.
They Yamato gun is just a good... Is it actually Yamato cannon or Yamato gun? I think I've called it...
I think it's cannon, technically.
I think I've called it Yamato gun my entire career. Oh, yeah, it is Yamato cannon. There it is. Whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. Look at that.
But having that ability...
I just call it Yamato.
Yeah.
It's Yamato, Artos. It's Yamato. Yamato. Whatever, man.
This is going to be a pretty insane amount of damage. And look, it's just a good ability to have in those moments. And this is actually pretty crazy. I don't know how Bomber's going to be able to deal with this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
well, he just
man.
flies a BC into the middle of it.
The Vikings can actually hunt down those remaining battlecruisers pretty easily.
Oh, that was a huge armor shred right there. Let's see what his Vikings can end up doing here.
Beautiful. Takes out all
man.
3 BCs.
Yeah, and there's actually Marines here fighting the Vikings as well. So even though there was a very good, solid Viking count, it doesn't go as one-sided for Bomber as it should have in this battle because of those. But still, you can see that the Vikings are fighting everything back pretty well.
So guys, bring your attention down to the bottom bar on our screen here and take a look at the minerals and gas that have been banked up here compared to Cure. Now, or compared to Bomber, Cure is just balling this game. He can remake his army very quickly. Now, there is enough minerals and gas banked up that Bomber can begin to remake, but this is where you really see the benefits of having so many bases pay off.
Yeah. I mean, he took some economic damage when Bomber attacked into him, but... And the one thing I do want to mention is the attack that we just saw Cure do, it almost looked really good for a minute, but if he didn't have those Marines underneath and Bomber had dealt with those a little bit quicker, that would have been a truly one-sided massacre for him. Because the Marines actually put so much damage on the Vikings. There were way more Vikings for Bomber. And that's another thing BCs are funny about, right? Like, Vikings can kind of kite them. They just...
Oh, they can literally kite them.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I mean, sometimes easier said than done in these battles, but that's the case. You see, once again, the Marines pushing everything back. This is why you still have to have some siege tanks.
Yeah.
It's a hard balance to maintain, right?
No
you have to have
here,
some tanks, and then you have to have your anti-air units, and then you have to have your technical units. Okay, jumping his BCs away. Where's he going? Oh, on top of that many turrets. Ooh. Well, I guess it'll be fine. They're BCs. Okay, well, he has a couple of Thors mixed in here now, but look, once again, the Marines dealing a lot of damage there. Still looks like the air battle going to go to Bomber.
We have some fight going on at 3 o'clock. Here it is. Battlecruisers coming in here and tearing up these SCVs.
Cure coming in with a few Vikings. Going to be able to kill off some of the BCs since they already used their jump. It's at least 2. Looks like he'll get all of them.
Yeah, I think he's going to get this last one here as well.
Maybe
not. There's enough turrets, it's probably unwise to go any further.
But he can land on the turret stasis.
This is true. So, where does this game go from here? I mean, it does seem like Cure is just outgrown in a pretty insane level what Bomber's done. Bomber still has an uphill fight. And you can see Bomber trying to come in here and reclaim this area over here. Really goes to show you how hard it is to kill battlecruisers with Marines, even when you have that many.
No, when you get these types of upgrades, it's pretty wild the amount of armor that they have.
So we have Cure regrouping here, but I think he's just going to attack back in here again.
Do BCs have base 3 armor in StarCraft 2?
I'm not good for stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you're probably right, but yeah.
It looks like Cure coming in once again with another big attack. It looks like Bomber brought siege tanks this time, so the Marines will get shredded, but he's lost his Vikings, so I don't think it's going to be enough anyways.
GG. All right, so Cure wins. And
much better game 2.
Yeah, but Bomber basically outclassed. I mean, it looked like we had brought Bomber in a time machine. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just from a different era.
Game 1 definitely looked like that. Game 2, I think he pulled it together a bit. Like, he was taking his bases quicker. He was maxed for a long time.
It was a fight, that's for sure, unlike Game 1.
Yeah. Cure, though, looking smug as he goes on to the winner's match.
Yeah, there was some look in his eyes after he won that game.
He's like, don't mess with me.
I was a lot better than him.
I'm the new Terran on the block.
Well, Bomber's not eliminated. He'll go to the loser's match. And coming up next, actually, we're going to have Armani versus SOS. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be right back, guys. Just a short break.
a taste. Take off the edge, go ahead, get loose. It's there for the taking, you got nothing to lose. The DJ's standing by, I've only just started. You stole my heart with your curvy dancing. I found the person I've been dying to meet. So cheers to dancing with your two left feet.
So join me, baby, let's have a night to remember. 'Cause I just want to be young forever. So join me, baby, let's have a night to remember. 'Cause I just want to be young
Forever.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐. 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 24. Pure. Armani. SOS. Africa team. Pre-go studio live. 2020. GSL season 3. Code is Last Stand.
Welcome back, everyone. Armani versus SOS is up next. We just finished Cure versus Bomber. I guess you could say it was a lackluster best of 3. Cure crushed.
He looked better.
He looked better in every way.
Bomber put up a fight game 2, though. I think game 2 is pretty cool.
Game 2 is definitely better than game 1. I think every other game in the season is going to be better than game 1 back there. So, Armani versus SOS. Armani is, I would say, in the lowest tier of Code S players. There's a couple other players, we could group him in there. He's a player who qualifies for GSL, tends to not get very far, but this guy is good. He has been improving.
Yeah, you know who he reminds me of a little bit is like Ragnarok a little bit more than a year ago, like a year and a half ago, where I'm like, oh, he has the potential to rise up. He seems like a player that could be very good, and I do think, because I believe he's actually one of the guys that finished military service already, so I think he's going to be a player that in the future is dominating in Code.
I totally agree with you.
Because he has like a limitless time frame, right? But like, is he going to do well this season? I think it's not impossible for him to get out of the group. I think it's tough, but it could happen.
Yeah, there's all these players that are good enough to qualify for GSL, but do not seem to be close to even getting a top 4 or a top 8. You know, they get here, and this is what makes StarCraft exciting, is that there is such a difference in skill at every level. You know, it's hard to do everything perfectly, and this is a really good example of that. So, look, SOS should win this, but let's see. SOS also has had a really bad showing this year. But we're in the second half of the year. That's for whatever reason. That's when SOS goes into beast mode. It's a full moon. He turns into a werewolf here.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Game 1's ready. Armani versus SOS. Let's go. Right now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 우린 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진. 지니어 그린스 SOS 김유진.
You were mentioning Ragnarok a little bit earlier. Ragnarok actually did a little interview with Armani on his YouTube page here.
That's cool.
Armani's living with Special right now. They're roommates.
Yep.
Where are they living? Are they in Incheon? I think so.
Yeah, they live in Incheon.
Incheon's like...
or maybe Bucheon, I'm not sure.
I thought I might be wrong, but basically Incheon's just like the city next to Seoul.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases, people just count it as Seoul, but...
Most pro teams used to live in that area. It's,
yeah.
Really reasonable on housing.
Yeah, rent is much cheaper there.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, Armani's talking about it. It's hard to be a, you know, where he's at as a pro, it's hard to get by.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, this is kind of like, when people ask me about esports and what it's like financially, I oftentimes compare it to Broadway, where, you know, there's like some people that are doing very, very well.
Yeah. But
there are people that are just getting by.
Yeah,
or barely getting by.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, all these people that are doing these Broadway shows where it's like, yeah, man, I mean, this person's putting everything into this, but they do not have a major role in the play, and they're doing it because they love it, and they're dreaming big. And that's kind of where Armani's at right now.
Totally. I think it's a noble and worthwhile pursuit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work out for everyone. Not everyone's making good money off of it, that's for sure.
And so for a player like Armani, like this tournament is like everything. I mean, granted, it's of course important for all the players, but this is really like, I need to do well in this GSL. If I can do well, I get more sponsors, I get more money.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, the teams are a big part of that as well. See how he does here. I think it's a tough match. SOS block match, I love it. But yeah, like I mentioned, SOS is in good shape right now. He's up at the top of the ladder. We just saw him doing the probe harassment on the minerals. He kept that up for a long time. That's really hard to keep up for a long time while juggling everything else. But we're going to see top-tier SOS here. You know, he's going to bring his absolute best because, believe me, he wants to be at the World Championship.
For sure.
He's a player that doesn't deliver all year long, but he always delivers big at least once. All right, so he's gone up to 3 gates, which is kind of cool. It's this particular build, though, where you go gate in the main and core in the main, and then you wall in the natural. He's one of the original people that would do this build, which is kind of funny. It's feels like StarCraft 1-esque, kind of. Like, like it's steady. You're not spiking up into tech. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems like, and this is apparently just a way PvZ's been for most of the time, but like Protoss is trying to do a whole lot with very few units while teching.
Yeah, and
you know,
here you get more units and tech a bit later.
Yeah.
And I mean, in theory, it can work, but I think it's a little bit difficult to do, right? You're not getting quite as much scouting intel, but if you keep constant pressure on, you should be able to kind of make it work. And the fact that he's doing a build like this, I find really interesting as well, because it is kind of hard to do and off meta.
Yeah, so that did not go well at all. Even though he did save 4 Adepts, most of them are pretty badly bruised, which means they can be killed off later on. So, you kind of, as you were explaining this, the example came to us right here. You know, it's harder to make this work. You are teching a little bit slower.
Well, he's got an Oracle now. He's making a Phoenix. You know, he's getting some glaives. Okay, cool. I'm down. Where are we going to go with this, though, right? He's getting a couple more gases, so he clearly has some more plans.
Good catch on the drone transfer here. He's got to be careful. He might end up losing that if he can't get that out now. And I will say the damage that's been done here by SOS is pretty lackluster, to be honest.
Yeah, he hasn't done much
You,
yet.
you actually need to do a little bit more here, or you're not going to get into any kind of good position. And again, the Ling block here forces the Shade out.
Yeah, they kill a few Lings. He doesn't actually lose any, maybe a little bit of hull damage on some of them.
Yeah.
Glaive's almost halfway done.
The Robo's coming along here as well.
What an interesting play.
What's funny is that he's still being aggressive with the Adepts, even though he knows Glaives is far from finished, right?
Yeah.
So this is like almost four kills.
Yeah, that one was
so
a bit weird.
Usually,
but, he got a huge stasis ward off during that. Okay.
But usually, if you're going to have Glaives finish, you don't want to be too out in the open with your Adepts, because if you lose them, then you have this upgrade that's done.
Yeah.
And hardly any units that you can use the upgrade with. So it looks like the Glaives are going to finish now, and now we're going to see what kind of damage can be dealt. Again, it seems like every season of GSL, the Zergs are getting better at dealing with Adept. Glaives or no Glaives, just the movement in general.
Well, you know what? This is such a different way to go about Glaives. I think Armani's actually caught off guard a little bit. Like, he's like, well, I already killed all the Adepts, and people would have Glaives already. But here SOS is, right? And
yeah, it's this timing that comes out that's so awkward because it almost doesn't make sense.
Yes.
You know? This is one of these weird things.
So far from what everyone's doing.
Yeah.
It's incredibly far away. And look, I mean, he's forced a decent amount of Lings. The drone count's not that high, right? We're sub 60 drones. It's very different what we're watching here, but enjoyable because of that, I would say.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing what kind of game we're going to have from here. There's 5 more gates coming down. The Forge as well as the Warp Prism are coming. We have some Ravagers being morphed over here. Although I don't know if Zerg wants to be aggressive anytime soon. I don't think Zerg can be aggressive, to be honest. Seems like the tech is pretty... Well, I'm saying that, but there's more and more roaches being made. Maybe he does want to try to come in here.
Gosh, tasteless.
Fleet Beacon.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Like, are we going carriers? That would be a very SOS type thing to do.
Well, let's remember when we saw Australia
he's
play.
making 3 Stargate? He actually
go
might
carrier.
go Void.
Oh,
he
really?
might go Void here.
I was thinking carrier, man. Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure, of course.
I think it's going to be carrier. Think of the Australia game.
Yeah?
Where he did this. By the way, is this going to get scouted? Oh, my gosh.
Why does he have multiple probes stuck there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get scouted, so that's a fantastic scout. Let's see what he makes.
Yeah, I thought it would be carrier. Just a very slow game. You try to carrier up and just try to control your side of the map.
At first I thought carrier, and then he added the 3rd Stargate, and it kind of made me feel like it could be Void Ray.
As far as money goes, I think you're right in that 3 Stargates seems like you could pump out Void Rays on 3 bases, where 2 Stargates seems like you pump out carriers on 2, but maybe not.
He's making carrier.
Carriers.
It feels like it makes more sense to go carrier in this type of position because, yeah, the Void Rays, like, really still aren't that good as much as people say they are. Okay. Oh! And look at that. He had constant vials going down, so you couldn't even force field right there. But SOS didn't even try to force field. Looks like SOS so far holding pretty darn well.
This is a serious amount of units, though. If he can get that pylon, he'll unpower the Robo over there as well. Good counterplay just to Adepts. But the Warp Prism goes down. The Adepts will be killed off with ease. But the Zerg has backed off on that attack on the opposite side of the map that we were watching earlier. It's gone. Never got the pylon. I think Protoss did lose some sentries back there, but he survived, so I think it's excusable if you don't. By the way, that's unfortunate placement. You don't normally see this in a StarCraft 2 game, but yeah, that does lock in.
Well, in StarCraft 1, you'd have to be a pro gamer to block in your main like that, you know? You have to really know things.
Yeah.
Instead of make a mistake and do it. All right, so some Hydras are out, Vipers are out. But, I mean, I guess Harpoons are what you're kind of looking out for. SOS is getting Charge. He's getting Storm, so he'll have feedback. I think the Vipers are really the key unit he needs to be very careful about. Because, I mean, you can beat Hydras with carriers. That is absolutely doable.
Yeah.
It comes down to the spellcasters that get a bit scary.
Yeah, well, if Storm comes in here, then absolutely you can take on the Hydras here.
Oh, yeah, well, especially then, yeah.
So air weapons is coming. SOS going for very defensive play. Notice the supply difference. It's going to be, 3 or 4 more minutes before SOS can even get close to maxing out. He's going to have plenty of time here to try to just play the defensive game. And not corking the entrance to the natural is how stuff like this happens. And
we need a door. Yeah, that's kind of weird to see those Lings just get in that easily.
Yeah, well, considering how much damage this can do.
What do you think about the fact that he's actually stopped making flying units? Like, SOS is so next level this game and so different from what we're used to.
Yeah,
like, he made 3 Stargate carrier and then stopped.
Yeah, 1 Stargate for each carrier. And then
he wanted them at the same time.
And then he just makes other stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I thought for sure we'd see another wave of carriers come out here, but I guess 3 is the magic number, but you need them all at once. I'm not sure, guys. I really don't. Sometimes SOS plays in such a way that I've just not seen it before.
I think it has to do with mind games as well. Like, if your opponent starts going, like, anti-carrier, right, which would be like spellcasters and hydras or something, if you spend all your money on Charge Lot Storm, you'd probably do really well against that, right?
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, I don't know, I storm your stuff and then charge into it and it's dead. So maybe it's just like a mind game type situation, like if it doesn't get scouted, he makes more.
What tech do you want to fill in with the remaining 50 supply here? Oh, I guess he answers it. 2 more carriers are coming now. All right.
Well, it's stupid to try to guess what SOS is doing. Every time we do it, we get in trouble.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is he made the carriers, then stopped, made everything else. Now he's back into making the carriers again.
I'm down.
This is like if you're driving a car, this is a stick.
Yeah. Do have to mention 3 Spires for Armani. So he is going to be going double upgrade plus greater Spire here, which is kind of cool. Again, I'm down. This is such a different game. It's very exciting in that way. You really don't see PvZs that look like this.
Well, it's cool in the sense that, defensively it seems actually pretty easy to hold, right? As long as you have your natural and stuff like that blocked off. But it does.
You mean as Protoss?
As Protoss, yeah.
Yeah.
But honestly, the lack of any map presence here is what worries me. It seems like you're just giving Zerg the entire side of the map in a way that is unprecedented.
Well, it seems like SOS is building to the army he wants to try to win the game with, I guess.
Yeah. Eventually, SOS is going to have an army that should be pretty insane. And we just got to wait and see what exactly that's going to be. We have the mothership coming out now.
Okay. Cool. That's a lot of Archons, so that is going to really wreck Corruptors that come on top of the carriers. Yeah, I am wondering how this will end up looking, because I've definitely heard people talking about if Protoss can get to the end game, if you can actually get into some of these Skytoss armies, they actually do quite well against Zerg nowadays. Yeah. We just never see anyone get there. In this game, definitely SOS is almost to the composition he wants, right? He's very close. And you can see him setting up fallbacks. See that blink upgrade? That doesn't cost that much to get. But if you're already getting attack upgrades, sometimes you'll get into a funny situation where it's like, okay, well, you lost your army, but you can suddenly make 20 Stalkers and go kill the Zerg. You know?
It's a very odd situation.
Yeah, you don't see it often, but it's cool that he's getting it, just in case.
Okay. An attack comes in over here. And that hatchery was cleaned up pretty easily. I don't think Zerg's too worried. This map, like actually almost all StarCraft 2 maps, but we got to point it out anyways. Protoss can fight that area over there, but Zerg just expands to the other side. And so, oh my gosh. I think he could have gotten that. But he backs off.
Okay.
Thing is, I don't feel like Zerg is going to be controlled very easily here. We're going to wait and see because we're almost to maxed out. We're going to see the exact army that SOS wants, but then we need to see him actually use that army to get an advantage. Surviving is not enough.
No.
Surviving is not winning a game. That's just delaying a loss here. We need to see SOS actually push out, actually do damage, and then see how the Zerg will respond.
I wonder, okay, it looks like the robotic support that he's getting, I think that this is just going to be for some disruptors to help bust these turtled positions. I was about to say that, oh, okay, he's getting observer speed, which I think is probably a good idea to get that. You just can't put it on your hockey. You got to just make it follow everything. But I was going to say, like, maybe it would be cool to get 4 Tempests to start just nailing down Spores with their new upgrade. Oh.
Okay, actually, he did not kill the mothership at all. There was a
Wow.
very bad engage there by Armani.
Yeah, not so good.
Seemed like everything was staggered just a little bit. He's going to try to come in here for a dive. You've got to be careful with those Corruptors, because if you get under the Archons, the Corruptors are going to disappear.
Oh, yeah, Archons will just murder them, and he has so many right now.
And look at this. He's very, with a lot of precision here, slowly moving through and tearing
Clearing
this
out
open.
aside.
And now the question is, can he actually pry open the Zerg and start to do damage? There's still these little scuffles happening just outside of the bases here, but we need to see him continue to push in. By the way, both sides, in this case especially the Zerg, are banking up a lot of minerals and gas here. There's a decent amount of minerals, not that much gas here for SOS. SOS getting closer and closer.
I love the Ravagers burrowing right there. It tells him exactly what was actually on the hotkey. It's like, oh, okay, there's lurkers over here. Okay.
Yeah. Think of all. We almost never, ever get to see that.
A Ravager burrow?
A Ravager burrow, yeah.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah. Okay, coming across the map now. Good feedbacks here. Lurkers are present. I'm sorry, where's the observer? Oh, there is one observer, I see, just to the right.
Yeah, you have to click it on your flying units when you go for observer speed.
Yeah, because otherwise it'll
just
fly
into
into stuff.
Yeah, it's too quick. I would like, okay, he did make an Oracle. I was going to say, an Oracle is actually better for detection in these situations.
Oh, agreed.
Because you can't really get near the spores and stuff with the observer, so just tag it and then you can fight.
There's going to be a warp in here. Not that much supply right now, so I don't know. Maybe he's going to warp DTs in here.
Well, throwing away a few units, so, you know, if you can warp in 6 Zealots, that's going to kill a lot of tech very quickly.
Oh, I don't think this is going to work at all.
No.
The Warp Prism shot down. Corruptors come back in once again. One carrier is easily picked off there.
Yeah, massacred, really.
Yeah. Again, though, you know, Protoss isn't actually doing real damage here.
Right? That's what it feels like.
We're seeing this army kind of float around the edges of the Zerg, and the Zerg swatted away, and the Zerg continue to grow. And although it's been pretty exciting to see the very patient and calculated play here from SOS in development, he hasn't done anything.
That's the problem.
He hasn't. Zerg is just getting enough defense.
Well, they both have incredible banks. They both have armies that can theoretically be really cost efficient. So I'm not counting him out yet. Like, if he can keep the Zerg down to half map or less, like, theoretically there's still a chance, right? But his army, like, for instance, Archons can't attack into Lurkers, but we don't see him getting anything to really clear these areas. Whether it be Tempest, whether it be Disruptors. Those are the types of units that, you know, you can... That was funny. It was like, hey, deal damage to my stuff. But those are the type of units, right, where these spore fields can actually be cleared.
Right.
And that was kind of, I think, the idea behind the upgrades that we had to the Tempest.
You know, the spore count is high enough. The carriers can't really do anything. You know, you can't actually...
You don't really want to attack into that many spores. Like, you're gonna...
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
When you get enough carriers, you can kill everything with them, yes, but if you get too many carriers, is that the right composition? Yes, Artosis there. You can never have too many carriers. But he's not really focusing on the carriers right now. Well, I already know the stupid meme stuff people are saying because they lose to it in whatever league they're in. It's like, okay, nice yoink in there. But still you can't attack that, even with the time warp there.
Yeah, it just seems like the Zerg is impregnable. There's like no way you can actually get close to that.
He's not making units that kill this stuff.
Yeah.
Tempest.
Well, this is cool.
Tempest can do it. Yeah, this is a good move. This is cool. I love.
Oh man.
Okay. No. Yeah, that didn't seem to work out. I love this type of style though against these hive Zergs, right? That are very high tech. Oh, we see. Wow. Well, Cracklings are pretty good still.
Again, I don't feel like we're even having little victories for the Protoss. I think we're seeing cool ideas.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of novelty to this game specifically, but I don't know if it's going to produce the right results.
It's well put.
Zerg can lean into stuff like Lings, counterattacking. By the way, this might just get pinned over here.
Well, he can recall. It's only 4 or 5 broods. Good micro there by Armani. Got to draw him back out. Oh, well, he does recall, but only a piece of it.
Oh, that's annoying. And from here, yeah, Neural Parasite's going to be very strong. Wow.
Yeah, just
and
picking off those Archons.
now keep in mind, this base up here that Protoss is taking, that's a base that Zerg can also easily take. In fact, it looks like already as the attack actually sets up for the defense of that new base.
Yeah.
So SOS is taking the upper right. Now, oh man, can he actually get all the way in there? I guess he can, right? He can go right through the middle?
Well, those are Banelings, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, a total blackout over here at this base.
Yeah.
He can kill off the probes. He can actually probably kill the Nexus, maybe even before it can finish. We've got Zealots coming through. I don't see anything to fight with this right now.
Well, those Zealots might actually get some decent damage
Oh
done
my
if he
God,
splits them
he
well.
needs to use them.
All right, he has a lot in the main, so it looks like he's going to get a lot of tech. Oh, unfortunately, that is where the mothership's being made, and that's going to be knocked out just before it gets done. That's such a long time to make it, too. This is kind of crazy. We actually have Ultras being made now, which is something that definitely can counter the Zealots.
It's a funny situation where the Protoss can kind of behave like the Zerg by just sending Zealots everywhere, like it's link counterattacks. Like, the Zealots are just so expendable, especially when you're in this much of a gas tech-heavy game. Just send them through. Take whatever fights you can get. I mean, for instance, getting the Spire, maybe he gets the Baneling's Nest.
I think he might have gotten, like, all the Spires. Did he get the Infestation Pit as well, I wonder?
Why is Armani not defending this?
You know what? What do you think he's making right now? Is he going to stay on gateway units? I would like to see him... Oh, my God. That was... SOS is a butcher. Okay, he killed the Hive. Okay, he's getting the Infestation Pit.
He's just
this would be a great
the
time to add more air units back in.
I think you're right.
I actually would like Void Rays here, kind of. Or, I mean, Tempest to kill the Spores maybe, though, because you still don't want to attack in when you
I think Tempest is better. I actually don't think you can use Void Rays here. I might be wrong.
I just want Void Rays to be used.
I know that you want that so badly, Artosis, but...
Yeah. I keep hearing these Plat stories about how good they are, you know? And I want that to be the pro scene.
So the damage that was dealt over here to Armani is pretty serious, but we need to see if it's going to be enough that allows him to close in on this. Because right now, and I think that if our Armani loses this, it is because he lost all of his tech. I mean, it's been a full-on reset. Infestation Pit taken out, the Hive taken out.
Well, he's getting that layer back up.
Now,
a lot of carriers being made.
There is the space right over here. Yeah. This is now going to be one of these positions that can't be taken. And with this being under control here, I just don't think there's any actual way for the Protoss to win a fight over there. So now we also want to have our attention shift over to the upper right, because that's going to be the resource-rich locations that SOS is going to be scrambling to secure. And if SOS can secure them, it's possible that Zerg ends up being cost inefficient in the game overall. Will mine out more quickly, and then maybe you lose that way. But again, that's a long shot.
Wow. Do you see how many Broodlords he's actually making? I think he's misreading this situation, because he keeps seeing all the Archons and Stalkers, so against that, of course, you want less Corruptors and more Broods. But there's actually more carriers on the way. So when these carriers come out, this heavy Broodlord army is going to get just wrecked.
That's true, but can he do enough damage to this first of all, right?
Yeah.
This base is taken out. Now, this base, there's actually almost no minerals at it.
Yeah, there's not that much left.
It's like he takes it out. Okay, meh, not a huge deal.
No, not that big.
He does kill some workers. 11 workers go down. That's probably a bigger...
It's those right-hand bases, and that's what he's going after.
Now, can this be killed before the Protoss can come here to save it? I think the Protoss can actually fight this, but his army is slow. It's a very sluggish... And the Lurkers here...
Yeah, he's going to kill it.
Oh, man. Now, I don't know how many minerals are in the upper right base, but I think that's going to be the only base that he can actually save. Whoa, what?
He doesn't have a detection? Okay, there
we go. I think the Broodlords might dive back in. He needs to get rid of that Nexus.
Yeah, he really wants
Armani's very close to just ending this game here.
Well, SOS still has money in the bank, and he still has a very scary army.
Yeah, true.
And he's still banking carriers. I want to say he's going to have 9 carriers in a second.
I just realized that there's actually a Nexus also being made at 3 o'clock. I did not see that up until now. Not that I think that'll stay
has no idea.
Yeah.
So how many carriers is this? It's a lot, man.
Oh, I wish it wasn't covered up. I think it's something like
3,
9?
6, 9.
10?
Yeah, and he's about to have a couple more, too.
Okay.
Look how many he has.
But there's so many spores here and so many corruptors, man. Can't you just kill the interceptors? Am I wrong?
Well,
oh,
you can't just mind control.
Neural Parasite is a good ability.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Don't worry.
I think SOS is dead.
The interceptors didn't get aggroed by the Archon, so that was good, but ouch. Yeah, Armani's got it then. Look
I
at
think
that.
we're going to have a very different game here in Game 2 from SOS.
I think you're right. This was a fascinating game, though. What a different way that SOS approached this.
Well, SOS really trying to change the entire way we look at the matchup, but
yeah.
I mean, you know, Armani can always lean back into old scumbag Zerg tricks, right?
Yeah.
You just go into Broodlord, Corruptor, and Pester. GG, Armani wins.
Wow.
And that will bring us into Game 2. SOS, man, he's had a rough year, and I don't know if he's going to have a good finish either. That was...
Oh, Tasteless, he's still getting out of this group.
How Artosis, I don't know, man.
He could go down 0-2 against Armani.
I cannot cast
and then
this guy.
0-2 against Bomber, and he's still getting out of this
I
group.
can't cast this guy with the heart-shaped glasses I used to cast him with, Artosis.
No, you're becoming bitter and
I'm jaded.
cynical about him.
Yes, that's true. Let's go to Game 2. It's going to be on Ice and Chrome. I think SOS has to have a completely different approach to this matchup. I think we need crazy, we need aggro, we need SOS to seize control of this game and to make Armani respect him here. I don't think we see passive play. I liked it. I thought it was pretty smart, but Armani had an answer. And I don't know. Let's load up Game 2 now. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영. 지니어 글린스 SOS 김유진.
All right. See what SOS is going to do with his back up against the wall.
I worry because SOS has really been a visionary for StarCraft 2 Protoss. Even if you actually take all the StarCraft 1 innovators, I think SOS is still one of the most innovative for the race. Like, he's done some of the craziest stuff we've ever seen with Protoss.
He really has.
But he is just not winning games anymore like he used to. You know, he's not... I want him to come back. I want his crazy strats to work, but right now he's doing very abstract, cool stuff this year and losing.
So far. But that was just the first game against Armani, and he did something very, very different. It didn't end up working. I think he's going to 2-0 from here and then 2-0 here.
You think so?
Yeah, and then he's going to get out of the round of 16, and then out of the round of 8.
Wow.
And he's going to IM Katowice, man. That's that. He might win, too. Who knows? Someone's going to have to knock out Cyril for him. I don't think he's going to take that guy out, but give him a Protoss or Terran, yeah.
Okay. Well, in this game, let's see what kind of opening SOS has. It's easy to forget the early part of Game 1 because the last part was so much more impressionable.
Yes.
But SOS did go with Glaved Adepts in kind of a weird time.
Well, he went 3 gate. It started with the gate in the main. We saw this last year, towards the beginning of the year, people were doing this a little bit.
Yeah.
He was one of them. There was a couple other people that tried it, if I recall correctly. But anyways, it was like a very gradual build into the Glaives, right? A gradual build into an Oracle, a gradual build into the Glaives. It was very different. We never see anyone play like that. It's always just get the Oracle as quickly as possible or get Glaives as quickly as possible. Him, he's just like, nah, you know, I keep harassing 5 Adepts, and then eventually I have Glaives, and he's not quite ready.
Yeah. So, what is he going to do this time? We have a Stargate coming, so already a little bit of a different approach here. Oh, no, wait, he got a Stargate in the last game, didn't he?
He did, but it was after 3 gates. It was not early. Hopefully it's just another carry, but Void Ray!
Yes! Artosis, it must be your birthday.
It must be my birthday!
Wow. What if he just loses, though?
He's not going to. Watch.
So what does he want to do with the Void Ray then, you think?
Kill stuff.
Oh, win the game, tasteless.
Cheese tasteless. Well,
It's gotta get scouted.
Yeah, you can. They're quicker now, right? You can go run around, clean up some overlords. Maybe you can.
My face.
Let's see. Let me take a look. You could poke some of the gases. Some of the edge gases might be able to be poked, right? Maybe you can send over a couple more units and power stuff down. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what he does with his Void Ray. It's way cooler than an Oracle. Look at it. It spins. That's how it keeps its gravity tasteless.
That's right. Look how aerodynamic it is, too.
Yeah. There's all these Protoss on board, and I mean, they don't want to get seasick, so they just got to spin it and keep that gravity.
It's got a little pylon in the front.
Yeah.
Little Artosis pylon right up
that's
there.
how he shoots. You got to shoot through the pylon. Everything's a pylon.
So where does he go? He's actually going in the middle here, so maybe not a gas snipe.
I think he's really looking for that Overlord that Armani dodged with.
Yeah, I think so. Not going to find it.
And by going through the middle, maybe that you'll see a roach on the way or something. You can stop some sort of silliness before it begins.
Behind this, roaches and adepts. And nothing else was made besides that Phoenix.
Yeah, just Glaives on the way right now. Third Nexus. Void Ray still flying around.
Does he want the Void Ray to pair with the attack with the adepts?
I think it's for killing Overlords for the most part.
Okay.
Maybe some safety. Because, like, if you see a Void Ray out, isn't it so hard to attack with anything Roach-based?
Oh, for sure. It'll just blast down everything. I guess this
Yeah.
is another easy way to have a third base get secured. Now, there are Lings coming in here to counterattack, and Void Rays are not great against lots of Lings.
That is very true. Void Rays do not excel against smallest things, of which there are many.
Oh,
no.
That's so funny.
All right, well, you know what? His Adepts are getting in, so maybe he gets some damage done there.
Yeah, but he needs to first save his probes.
Wow, there's a
Drones
spine.
are only just now getting killed, so the damage is actually being dealt much more quickly to SOS.
Look at all these spines that are around. Isn't that interesting? You don't normally see those this early. All right, so
yeah,
9 probes killed. It looks like that's, 10.
Keep in mind the Lings are much more expendable.
Yeah.
Even though Adepts are expendable, the Lings are the most expendable thing in the game.
Yeah.
And again, these Adepts have not done the damage they need to do. We do have a fleet beacon coming down here and another Stargate.
He's going to show Armani what's what.
Yeah.
He's like, Armani, you think that you can beat this twice? Mm-mm.
I don't think so, my friend.
I am a little bit surprised, though, that I thought he would change up like you were saying. Like, what's he going to be able to do with this?
He's opening in a different way, but he wants to end up in the exact same place.
But with a victory, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully with a win.
It's cool. I want it to work, Tasteless. It looks like a really fun way to play, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is definitely SOS coming out of the lab with something completely novel here. All right, this is a great shade, and the drones have been pulled, and I don't think a single drone was actually killed back there, by the way. I think he's literally not hurt a drone in this wave of an attack. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe forcing to cancel on the hatch, something.
Oh, we're going to upgrade some Void Rays, Tasteless.
Let's do it. Yeah, this is not doing anything, man. I think SOS is actually in a lot of trouble here, guys.
But is he keeping him busy at least, right?
Artos is keeping him busy.
Keeping him busy, you're distracting him,
Yeah, he
Tasteless.
sure is busy, Artosis. You're right. Listen, guys, Armani's ahead in every way, but he is being kept pretty busy here.
Yeah, dude, no, he's keeping him off his back so he can get his carriers out. Tasteless. Okay, wait, where are the carriers?
I don't know.
Did he cancel the carriers?
Maybe he's going to just make Void Rays.
Maybe he
I don't see carriers anywhere.
Yeah,
anywhere.
suddenly Corruptor's fly across the map, but he canceled the carriers? Is that what we're going to see?
Ready the flux veins.
Tasteless, did he not finish the carriers?
I don't think he finished them. I don't see them anywhere.
Okay, Void's on the way.
Lux veins.
Void Ray Stalker, have you ever seen a comp like that?
The first year of the game, I did. I did, yeah.
Oh. Okay. Did it work? Was it good?
No, it didn't work. Well, it actually might have worked. I don't remember. But in this game, I don't know how good this is. He has not.
He canceled the
voids.
He cancels everything.
This is a sad game. This game makes me want to cry.
Until he wins. Hold on. Oh, here
Arturos
come the Corruptors, though.
Arturos, you can't just not make anything the whole game. Okay, that's what's happening here. He's getting upgrades.
You get all your money back for canceling units,
Yeah.
Tasteless.
He has to use his money to make something to fight to win. Okay, he can't just keep canceling stuff.
No, dude, he's got 1,500 in the bank, man. That's good. He's saving that.
All those Stargates do is increase the property value of his real estate. It's like having a swimming pool in your backyard. This is not. You don't win by just having this.
Dude, you just don't get it, man. He's going to buy Protoss Bitcoin and sit on it, okay? And by the final match of the night, he's going to be rich.
Yeah, that's what it is.
This is so
This is
weird.
like SOS just built a sauna in his garage that he never used.
I feel like right now he's being a magician. Like he's tricking Armani in a bunch of ways. But the thing is, eventually, he's still just going to be killed, right? Like, you can't stall him out forever. You can't keep him busy forever.
Yeah. Oh no, I guess those things will have a use anyways.
He has got to use that battery. He's going to lose it.
Oh my god, I think Armani might be very close to just winning this game. But he's keeping him busy. As Artosis says.
Tasteless.
Whoa.
It's important.
What a busy bee this guy is.
Does he even have time for all the stuff he has to do?
So, like, in what universe does Protoss win this? Does he start Void Rays now? What do you think?
Oh, gosh.
This is
the weirdest game, Tasteless. He has actually made and canceled so many things, and then he just ended up making some stalkers. And those corruptors that aren't even useful, Tasteless, because he canceled his air units, they killed his Nexus and his Warp Prism. So it seems like they are useful.
I think that Zerg can counterattack in here and win now. Look at this naked fourth base. These things will get on it. Oh my god. This is actually, in some ways, one of the most brutal games we've casted. Because things are so not working right now.
Dude, it is...
Look, he's going to not save this in time.
I don't know why he's not healing. Okay, he is healing. There it is.
Oh,
that's why he
exactly. Never mind.
There we go.
He's
you can't say he knew anything exactly, Tasteless. Not after the games we've been seeing today.
Zerg continues to grow and flourish. We have 37 Banes and 42 more Lings about to hatch.
Oh my god.
Which is going to be so much that I just don't imagine Protoss can do anything but try to blink and kite away as much as possible while losing whatever base that fight happens under.
If he accidentally detonates all his Banes, like, SOS would live a little bit longer than this.
Oh my god, 15 probes killed here. GG.
Okay.
That is not what I call a great series.
That was weird. I mean, well played by Armani. It was so much weird stuff coming his way, but he kept his cool and played a strong game. SOS, like, there's a level where you can mind game too much, and it's just better to make stuff.
Well, look, I mean, he had some pretty tricky cancels, but ultimately he didn't actually have anything. He was just canceling and juking and jiving, weaving and bobbing, and not actually making anything. And so Corruptors come and ooze down your buildings.
Ooze down.
Yeah.
Well, that means Armani goes to our winner match. It'll be interesting to see how he does against Kira, right? Because he lives in Special, which means his ZVT is probably very, very good.
We're going to go to that break now. Up next, the winner's match. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방.
자, 이 정도.
20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꼽아보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와 그 밑에 걔 잡고 나이스 자 됐어
아, 미안해, 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아, 잠깐, 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아, 누르면 안 돼, 지금. 아, 잠깐. 경쾌하던데 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
이거 열었습니다.
이상한데? 그렇게 작아. 너무 안 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 이거 쓸 수가 없는데? 아니, 저거 키워보라고.
성능을 17대 화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대 화면, 16대10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요
자, 이게
나왔습니다
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요, 이거.
음료 나왔습니다
From the beginning.
probes.
Can't force field that.
Yeah, no, you cannot. And Jinro's going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but when those cool down, it's going to. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Tasteless. Jinro might be able to take it, killing that pylon. Only one gateway is going to be able to be used, but he gets rid of that pylon as well.
All right, yes, he needs to come up here. There is an engineering bay.
I cannot believe
he might actually want to make. Yeah, I was going to say make a turn here. You can relocate the command center all the way over here.
That's right.
He's going to take his opponent's base. Oh my God, the command center's getting lower, Tosis.
Oh my
God.
There is a possibility of a draw here.
Yeah,
an absolute possibility of this being a draw. Actually, MC.
Actually, I think
has
MC
a
will
BT
now
out there. Yeah, MC's going to take it because he has that Nexus.
He can't make a command center. Kill up all the probes or kill up the Nexus if it's even possible.
Yeah, with
and then try to just cause a stalemate. But I don't think there's any way he can actually move all of this
against the 2 DTs.
All the way down.
I think we're going to be seeing a GG from Jinro reasonably quickly here.
I think Jinro's actually going to fly in here. He's going to see the number of probes.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, oh, I'm actually so far behind.
Yeah. He knows there's DTs. GG. TG, GG.
GG.
Terrible game, good game. Congratulations. And MC crushes his way to victory 4-0. That's unbelievable multitask. Stim is almost done.
Uh-oh.
Banelings. Great micro by Nada. The Marines behind him dealing all the damage. The Banelings coming in.
Oh! Very nice.
Very sloppy here by both players, but that is exactly what we should be seeing. Microing on 2 fronts. Only a few. Here comes some more Banelings.
He needs to get rid of the Marines. That's actually what's most important here.
Yeah, if he can kill off all these Marines, it looks like he'll kill enough.
I think he's actually killed off enough.
Yeah.
Oh, Jelizer.
Here comes that decisive mood. A ton of Banelings. The Mutila's coming from the side.
The Banelings, it's tough to call. Yeah, no, it's not tough to call. Look at that. I'm sorry. That's actually, he's going to wreck that.
Jelizer giving himself one chance to roll over Nada's army and does it.
You know, it's funny. I wasn't sure if he was actually going to hold that.
Wow, man. Just beautiful, beautiful play by Jelizer.
Whoa.
And he's decided it is time.
That's going to be it. He's going to lose the gold base. Nada.
Banelinging the planetary.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Out.
Where's battle? Hold that thought, actually.
There we go. He's not sieging up now, but the Banelings do close in this time. And now Nada's going to have to make a hasty retreat. Those Banelings, very scary, but he has enough left over. The 2-2 Marines from Medevacs, more than enough to chase off the Mutas.
He needed those Mutas to target fire the tanks earlier. Well, you know, he
50 Banelings right now.
Oh, I question this decision.
Yeah, this is a weird one,
but it might actually work.
Well, he's got to kill off these Marines, Tasteless.
Oh,
so many Banelings dying there. Siege tanks spread out very, very well. The Thors taking so many hits.
Oh my God, he's going to lose all the Mutas.
He is, and I think that's going to be GG.
What?
Guys, we're just going to have to learn together.
All right. Would it be funny?
Oh my God! Oh my God, this is
the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Has a trillion IQ. This is why he raced the layer. This is why he wasn't mining gas. Best team for president.
Oh man, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's actually the coolest thing I've ever seen. I've seen cool stuff.
Unbelievable. I've been to coolhunter.com. Sorry.
That's fine. Nesty don't care. Because right now Nesty is taking a 3rd base, getting his gases, making queens, making probes.
He will probably get the gateway as well. Yeah, he will. So this is right. The Nexus should by all means go down. There's enough Zerglings and Hydras here that even if he tries to engage, as you see here, the result is a loss. And I think if he loses the second Nexus, I would assume any pro will GG.
Yeah. Children are still hopeful.
All right, and here comes the GG. GG. Now there's another automaton. I hope that one manages to live. Let's see here, though.
Here we go. Charge lots coming in. And, well, he force fields that in. Targeting on the siege tanks with those immortals. And most of those Marines were on a move command instead of firing, unfortunately. And loses a lot more than he actually had to there, but still going to hold. I guess that's it. Here we go. Some DTs being put in, but a scan going down as well. Has some High Templars in there. Sidestorming the Marines. Good Sidestorms. But does he have enough to actually break this bunker line?
Those Immortals in the tanks. You know what? I think he actually managed to hold that off.
Still the bunkers left, and, well, does he have another side storm? No, and Archon just got to sit in there. Definitely should not have gone around to those rocks to try to bust him. Should have moved out much quicker, not let any tanks get into siege mode in any good positions. And that is going to be it, man. We're going to be seeing a GG momentarily here.
Yeah,
I do believe.
Inca's gone. Unbelievable game here.
Yeah.
Rain fans in the audience going very happy.
And here we go.
Oh, bad siege positioning.
Yeah, really bad siege. Does target down a High Templar. Side storm going off. He runs into the side storm, runs out of the side storm.
And I cannot believe I'm actually seeing this. Rain had the game, but just couldn't keep it together. And wow, man, that is going to be GG.
Yeah,
I know we said a little while ago it was GG for the other player. Well, that
it
we
was
were right that time, but
he messed up so
oh
badly.
my God.
Round of 24. Cure. Mom. Armani. SOS. Africa team. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
Will the stars align? Will we have a good best of 3 today? Please.
It's possible.
We've had 4 pretty sad games, man. I don't want to lie to you guys. I don't want to pretend that every game is, you know, the greatest thing I've ever seen. So far, these 2 best of 3s have really kind of sucked.
A little bit. I don't know what's going on with SOS tonight with that weird way.
Well, that was
playing.
like
that
was depressing.
It was something else, that's for sure. It's like he tricked him so many times that actually he was right.
Yeah, that was.
Okay, so, I mean, Armani versus Cure.
This should be
Cure
a good one.
should be favored, but let's see how Armani's ZVT looks after Little
It would be very exciting if Armani got out first.
That would be very different.
It'd be
That
a real
would not be what I
bloodbath in the next 2 best of 3s.
It's
That's
good
for
for
sure.
SOS if he does.
Yep.
Is that funny?
Okay, Eternal Empire from map number 1. The winner of this best of 3 moves on to the round of 16 in the GSL.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우리는 더욱 강하다. 아프리카 프릭스, 아르마니, 박진영. 드래곤 피닉스 게임, 큐어, 김도.
Armani's that high-end designer brand, right?
Yeah.
Italian or something?
Probably, yeah. Yeah.
I've always been fascinated by these, like, brands for, like, mega rich people. You know, like these handbags that are, like, $10,000 where, like, I don't even know who these people are that either can afford them or want them, but clearly they make enough money if they can afford to have a store in every single airport in the world.
Well, I think that's the marketing aspect of it, right? That's like marketing budget almost.
I guess that's a good point. Yeah, it is basically marketing, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's because they make money in the airport.
But I mean, imagine if you have a brand that is so expensive that if 3 people buy the item, you're loaded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
What are we doing here? We need to start doing this.
What would we make?
We make
Designer
handbags,
mics?
Artosis, of course. You know
What
that
about,
we're not.
What about designer mics? Like, would someone buy a $10,000 mouse?
If we made it? Oh, I think you said a microphone. I'm like, absolutely not. No one would buy that. Mice?
Yeah.
Or what we just like make it?
No, we just do exactly what these companies do, which is like, it's good.
Yeah.
But it's not like that much better than anything else.
Yeah. Maybe we should do that.
Yeah.
Like a really high. I think.
Tastosis Mouse Company.
Or like mouse bags.
Mouse bags. A bag to carry your mouse.
A bag to carry your mouse, and it can't be like convenient to carry at all. It has to look like a small suitcase.
That's one of the funny things about fashionable bags is because it's like I look at them, I'm like, if you had to go somewhere, like actually go somewhere, this would be the worst bag ever. This bag only looks good when you're getting out of your limo to walk into the restaurant.
Yeah.
But if you have to actually, if you have like a commute and you're carrying that
You're carrying a bag with a
halfway
handle
through your
on it?
commute, you're like, what am I doing with this bag? It's terrible.
No, exactly. It's not convenient at all. Can't even throw it over your shoulders.
Oh, no.
Because that doesn't look
close.
good. You have
Can't
to make
put
it
your
look
arm
like
through
you're
the
a
holes.
person in New York in the 20s.
Yeah.
So, in this game, let's see. I mean, Cure looked very, very strong. I almost feel like I don't know where Armani's at because SOS played so weird.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
And look, even though Armani crushed it, it's hard to play against that style for SOS. Like, SOS is very hard to read. A lot of players say they actually hate playing against him the most because you just don't know what he's going to do.
Well, he didn't know what he was going to do that last game either.
Well, he can't, you cancel too many times.
Just keep canceling into more stalkers.
You bob and weave too many times, and eventually you actually haven't landed any punches.
Damn.
Whoa.
That's deep. That is deep.
Let me get that tattooed on my chest.
Yeah.
So, Stim is coming here. We've got, kind of slow openings here on both sides. It's not bad at all, but we don't have much to remark on yet. We need to let this game develop a little bit further here.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about those SOS games so much, and I'm just like, what was that? The first one I understood. Like, I had a decent idea of what was going on in the first one. The second one was the...
Whatever I think SOS was trying to do in Game 2 was so difficult that if you don't pull it off perfectly or you get scouted really well like Armani did do, I think the game looks...
Yeah, I guess
you
if
look
stop
almost like
sending
a
overlords,
fool, but
yeah.
I think there was probably a lot to what he wanted to do, but,
Maybe we're not giving enough credit to Armani,
Well,
sometimes
Armani's
that's
really
the
good.
case. Like, he did keep scouting. And he's scouting pretty heavily here. Like, he's sacking overlords, overseers, etc., trying to figure out what's going on.
But Kyr's supposed to win this, right? I mean, Kyr is...
Well, yeah, he's supposed to, based on what they've done in the past. But the past is the past, Tasteless.
Whoa! Just knowledge bombs here today.
And the present is a gift, Tasteless.
Yeah.
In the future, we don't even know what that holds, Tasteless.
No, we don't. Hopefully a vaccine that works, Artosis. That's all I can say.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
That
My
would be a
God,
real
I'm so
present.
sick of this. I think I was handling the coronavirus thing fine at the start. I'm like, well, this is crazy, but we're going to get through this. And now I'm like, all right, I'm done with this, guys. Can we please just end this?
Yeah.
So boring.
Yeah.
Mute attack here with Air 1 weapons.
Yeah. This is the very quick Muta that's been so popular lately.
Yeah, I think it's quite good.
This guy's third base up. The Hellions poke in, turn around. We don't really see defense against it yet. Let's see what these Mutas can get done. Bailing speed on the way.
The
Okay,
Hellion
he sees
does
the Mutas.
see-
Let's see how many turrets go down.
But the Mutas can, of course, get across the map pretty quickly. We see 1-1 also coming here for the Terran.
Finishes that up. Gets the next ones going.
That
So
is-
he's very far ahead as far as upgrades
But
go.
there's more Mutalisks on the way, by the way.
Yeah, he already has a turret in each mineral line, I guess, actually. So pretty well defended. Bailing speed's still on the way. Armani needs to slow this down a bit.
And even if you don't do any damage, like Armani didn't really kill much over there on that side of the map, this does keep Terran honest. Now, every time you engage, if you start to lose the fight, the Mutas can actually wipe everything out, especially when Lings and Banelings come in, which will be incorporated here. But I gotta say, positioning-wise, Kyr has pretty much deflected everything. Look at this.
Kyr's playing very cleanly. Looks quite fantastic right now.
Another stim drives that away.
All right, Baneling speed going to be finishing up, so
We do have the
it's very
fourth.
good.
We do have the fourth base coming down here. That's right at 6 o'clock. I don't think Terran can contest this for a little while. And now we have banelings being made. And this is really where, if Terran does commit to an attack, you better control it really well.
I have a little bit of harassment still with Muse. They really haven't found much damage
No,
yet, but
Kira's handled it really well.
Yeah, I like the
But,
second turret going up too.
The mutas actually play a very large role in the fights in the middle of the map here too. So I think it's acceptable if he doesn't get that much damage done.
Yeah, if he keeps them alive, they are very important, as you said.
Good wall here too.
That is quite a wall. Ooh, gonna lose a muta or two there as he flies back. Just some creep clearing right now for Kier.
The fourth is up and it's being mined from, but it looks like Kier's going to try to attack into this. I think he can possibly get 2-2 done and then attack in before the upgrades are going to be done here for Zerg, but instead he backs up.
If you are up 4 upgrades, 1 Marine will kill the whole army.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's never even happened. 4 upgrade advantage. He does have it, but only for 4 more seconds.
Okay, here we go. The Banes finish the upgrade. Oh my god, that went so badly.
Well, 2 upgrade advantages are real good as well.
Yeah. Well, he didn't even get, some of the buffs from that. Right when the attack started, melee wasn't even done.
Well, it doesn't go super well for Armani, but he is not down and out or anything. He hasn't taken damage. His economy is very, very nice at the moment.
Oh, I mean, Armani is like at a small disadvantage, but he can still win this.
Yeah, it's doable.
He's also still growing perfectly fine on the map here.
He's continuing to upgrade. Very important. He hasn't started +2 melee, which is a little bit of a problem. Oh, well, that's...
Okay, that's literally the worst thing that could happen.
That was pretty bad.
Sometimes we'll say something like, well, the only way this guy could really lose this is if he were to fly his mutas and do a bunch of turrets or marines, but that actually just happened there.
That's really painful. He lost, like, so many mutas there. 9 mutas have gone down. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Terran regroup and try to hit 4 o'clock, because that's also where sorry, not 4 o'clock, the 4th base at 6 o'clock, excuse me. Because the Zerg usually expands to the base just above the 6 o'clock spot too. So this is actually a really good location to try to control here for Terran. Cleaning up some creep. There's some more Banes coming up here now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Armani can quite go in there yet.
No, not
making
yet.
some more Lings, making some more Banes. Looks like he wants to do a counterattack here. Brings his mutas and Lings. They're going to get on top of these. Oh, and he gets the mine out of there. So this is starting to do something.
Yeah, great play, forcing a liftoff over here and killing some SCVs as well.
And Kira's actually coming home to deal with this, which is quite good for Armani.
Yeah, and this army's not that fast, so by the time they get there, the Zerg army easily escapes. And honestly, man, a few more plays like that from Armani and he could win this game.
Yeah, that's the type of move he needs. But Kira is not like just sitting on his hands right now, right? He's got his 4th base up, which is really important. His 3-3 is going to be finishing up as well. So he's going to be up 3 upgrades for a long, long, long time. Of course, that does put more weight onto the Banelings themselves.
Now,
statistically, a couple Thors are stuck up there.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It's the second time today we've had stuff get trapped in the main.
Yeah.
So statistically, we have very long TVZs on this map if we get to this point.
I think it's looking like it should be reasonably long. It really matters how the Banelings connect, I would say.
Yeah, and how the Terran controls.
If it's quick, it's because Terran wins.
Right. I think you usually don't have Zerg just flatten a Terran in the mid game here. I do like this play though, just coming in here, doing so much damage. There's a lot of Widow mines here.
Look at this, the mutas, yeah, they are doing quite a nice job picking off quite a few units.
Oh, man. This is so many worker kills here. A dozen workers go down. But Kira has quite the army pushing through here. And, Terran armies are quite different from Zergs. It's not, Banelings, they blow up, they're gone. I mean, this army, if he can continue to stem and heal, he'll be able to actually push through here and maybe even kill Armani.
Well, I mean, he might be able to get this hatchery, but I feel like Armani should be able to gather up and kill off this army. Wow, really inefficient there with the Banes for a moment, but continue to move forward. He has so many of them.
Wow, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. But reinforcements are here.
The Thors are deep red right now.
Yeah, 1 or 2 Ling hits and those can go down. Oh, very good. He might actually be able to come over here and take out this hatchery. The Banelings are about to finish.
He does end up
Good
getting the
pickups
hatch.
on those Thors there. He wants to get those back. Is he going to keep pushing,
He
or
needs
does
to
he go home?
He needs to go home. He has to know that by now Armani has enough to deal with this.
Yeah.
He just had enough there. Also, he needs to repair quite a bit, I would say. Those Thors got really deep in the red. Okay, Armani, I mean, he expanded twice more during all that, right? So he does go back up to 5 bases after losing that. Still, Cure only on 3 because he did lose that other planetary. Ooh, nice mine hit.
Well, if Armani can keep him off of this command center here, things are going to get very, very dicey for Cure. Cure needs enough of an economy to push him through the game. Even though we saw Armani lose that base down at 6, he still has 2 bases up. This one over here, and then there's one more. I think we're actually about to show it on camera right there. So it's possible, you know, if Armani can muster up enough, he might be able to come in here and just sledgehammer down this base on the 4th, and then there's nothing really Terran can do.
Well, right now, his army supply not all that high. He has a really big drone count at 81, but making a lot of Banelings, right? And that's the most supply-efficient unit in the game. So I'm not sure exactly how many he has right now, but it almost feels like if he can kill the 4th one more time, Cure is going to be just running dry. All right, the Mutas fly into the main base here once again. Going to catch some of these Marines as they pop out, but they do have 3/3 upgrades, so he's going to pull back with just +2 attack.
You got to respect those when they're that upgraded.
Yeah.
But some more damage is being dealt over here. This is going to cause the Terran army to be pulled back. A few Lings are going to try to come through here for some counterattacks, and they are denied. But this is the most important moment. Now, the wall of Marauders is really buying a lot of time, but yeah, there were not enough Banelings. That was like a horseshoe of Marauders.
Yeah.
And he controlled it well enough, and now Cure, I think, can really start to thrash this base over here.
Oh, that was ridiculously efficient there for
That
Cure.
was insane, man.
Yeah, the Banelings really having a hard time. He's going to lose this base.
Yeah, and I think he might actually just
might
get
not
toppled
hold.
here. I think, yep, GG.
Yeah.
Cure takes game 1. It was a good back and forth, but I think
Yeah.
Armani's handling there at the end, and that insane like arc of Marauders where the Banelings just did not get to touch any Marines. It was so beautiful.
Well, that was the killing blow. Cure was really on top of his defense. He was really on top of his upgrades, his macro, keeping pressure on. Armani had some very good moves in there, but just not quite to the level of Cure.
So crazy, man. Okay, Everdream for game 2. Cure, he seems like he's in a league of his own in this group. And that's saying a lot because all these players are so good. And I frankly didn't think Armani was going to win and get into this match here. Armani's actually looking very strong, but Cure just is making pretty much no mistakes. And his overall decision-making is a little bit better.
Yeah.
And that's how he's, you know.
He looks a cut above here.
I agree. I think it's exactly why he's probably going to be the first player to advance to the round of 16 out of Group D. Our players are joining up in the lobby. The match after this is going to be interesting. It's going to be SOS versus Bomber, and I really don't know how that looks. It'll be cool to see a PvT, though.
Yeah, different matchup.
But for now, it's all about Armani versus Cure. I think Armani can beat Cure, but he has to play a better game.
I think he was reasonably close that game, right? If he just cleans up a little bit,
yeah.
I mean, it was back and forth. It was back and forth. He made Cure play his best. See if he can do a bit better here. It's really interesting watching those quick muta games, right? Where you get your upgrades so late.
It changes stuff quite a lot in the matchup. Everdream is our map, and our game has loaded up. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스 아르마니 박진영. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도.
Okay. I feel like Armani really is playing better than we've seen him in the past. Like, he's kind of holding on. And look, even though he smashed SOS, it's hard to play against SOS. SOS is doing his own thing, and it's usually more advanced and going to be a metagame changer down the road. So I think Armani played very well against him, and I think
he did.
You know, Cure tends to play more straight up. Cure's usually not doing a lot of abstract stuff.
Not very much.
He's kind of like Special in this regard, where Special really is like refining the standard way of playing the game. He'll have like a whole bunch of good builds, but
Noble Terrans is what I like to call them.
Yeah, he's
Noble
not
Terran players.
cheesing. He's not doing anything greedy. He's just playing clean, and mechanically he's quite good, and that's all he needs to do. And you know, with that last game, that was a good example of Cure just kind of powering through the other player.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's kind of looked like tonight, like you were talking about. He just, it looks like it's his group, you know?
Yeah, well, Cure's really scary. But I'm actually almost most excited about how Armani's playing today. I really like these people that have been around for a long time, and we don't expect much from them because, like, I mean, first of all, getting into Codas is insane.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
tough,
man.
I think it's really easy for some people to dismiss a player that they see always lose in the round of 24 or the round of 16.
But they're stronger than almost everyone in the world.
Yeah, and you don't appreciate that these guys tear through qualifier matches and absolutely smash people. A lot of times these guys are, you know, top 5 on ladder. Complete monsters, just not as good as a handful of other people in the entire world. But to see them then improve.
Well, that's always one of the most fun things in pro gaming, I would say.
I mean, think about this. For how long we've known all these players, it does sound like a bizarro world to ever say that it's Bomber and SOS in a loser's match with Armani and Cure in the winner's match.
Yeah, it's
Bomber
actually, it's the opposite of what they've done.
Yeah, as far as major accomplishments go, both Bomber and SOS have really done a lot more, but we are in a different era here. So that's a really cool takeaway from this, you know?
By the way, that Reaper with 3 kills, that's one place that you can, it's kind of like backing up what you were saying about Cure before.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, he's just a bit better, right? You're not supposed to lose a drone in 2 lanes to the Reaper.
No.
That normally doesn't happen. It's not the end of the world, but
it's just a bad
It's like
sign.
a skill separator, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like you can tell how evenly matched Terran is with a Zerg based on what the Reaper does in a lot of ways. Like, if the Reaper gets a lot done, I guess that's it's more like one direction, right?
Yeah.
If the Reaper does a lot, that first Reaper, well, the Terran's better than the Zerg.
Yeah.
That's why you see, like, Maru will actually kill Lings with his Reaper, you know?
Yeah. So for now, Armani, everything that he's making is signaling he's ready for a longer game. He's getting his double Evos. And I think there's a lot of the same ideas at play here from game 1. I mean, Cure also just steadily teching up, steadily expanding. I mean, this seems to be a group where Cure especially doesn't want to do anything fancy. He wants to win with what he knows. Just do what works and kind of power through this part of the tournament.
Well, he's going to be going up against something completely different than the previous game against Armani, right? What we see here is the upgrades started before layer.
Yeah.
So we're going to have an upgrade advantage for Armani this game instead of for Cure. Obviously, no fast mutas or anything like that. We don't even know yet if it's going to be Mutalisk as the tech of choice.
And Terra needs to be careful here because if you're starting to take a lot of fights on the map, when you have an upgrade disadvantage, you can lose and then be unable to ever go back out on the map again.
Yeah, that can occur. The one thing that sometimes catches players doing this, especially if he goes into Hydra, sometimes they delay Baneling speed a little bit. It's a little bit later than some of these other builds, right? And you don't have as many ways to stall them out. So the 4th base sometimes is a little bit more highly contested.
Yeah.
When they go for the quick upgrades. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. I want to see Baneling speed start instantaneously. Let's see it. There's that Baneling speed.
We're still waiting.
Wait, the layer's finishing. There it is. Okay, Baneling speed. There it is.
There it is.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it.
The stim's almost done. So we might have Terran start to be a little bit more active on the map here. We'll need to have Medivacs incorporated into that, but these are very, very good builds to copy.
Yeah, this is solid play on both sides.
Yeah. No weird trickery going on here. I imagine, though, our next series is going to be pretty insane. SOS likes to do a lot of scumbag stuff to Terrans.
Yeah. Hope Bomber does all right against it. All right, +2 carapace starting. The Spire is being made. Looks like his Baneling speed's going to be done before there's any sort of push out or anything. Cure seems to just be waiting a bit, just continually harassing with the Hellions.
And this was a little bit of a slow start for this game, but this looks like about as standard of a TVZ here as you could get. The Zerg is getting the 4th base, and this is when the Terran will probably try to push that 4th base as we go into real textbook.
Yeah. Well, you're
Terran
going to be able
versus
to push from the high ground, right?
Yeah.
And there's not really creep in front of this hatchery. So he brings over a single siege tank. That's going to be really crucial. But Baneling speed is about to finish.
That's true.
That is so important for this.
So Baneling speed, yeah, it's just now done. Good counterattack here with these lings.
Really nice. Right, well,
but that hatchery was killed.
Oh my God!
So
we
he
didn't
just
show that at all.
Yeah,
but yeah, well, that's what we were talking about at the beginning, right? Is when you go for those fast upgrades, sometimes the 4th is a little bit easier to kill. So he's lost it, and that makes it harder. But these Ling counterattacks, they're doing enough that it doesn't make me feel like Armani's dead.
Yeah, this is becoming a pretty rough game here. Both sides taking a lot of damage early on. I do worry a little bit though for the Zerg here. One of the most straightforward ways to lose a Zerg is to just lose your 4th a couple times in a row, and then you are not the size that you need to be in a late game, you know? So, let's see.
Well, he starts his 4th again, right? And let's not oh my God, he just hit Destructible Rocks with Banelings. Please don't do that, Armani.
Yeah,
Please don't
pretty
do that.
brutal.
But look, he's getting his 2-2 really, really quickly, so he's going to be up 2 upgrades for a bit. And let's not forget, right? Like, DRG did this style last season some.
Sure, yeah.
And we had that really interesting game where he actually lost his 4th base and still just fought back in a macro-oriented way with some nice counterattacks. So, it's not undoable.
So, Terran's going to look for the next fight here. But Zerg really has a lot of mobility. This is the army you're gunning for. The Mutas, the Banes, the Lings.
Yeah, he's going to be able to knock this out easily.
Oh, he can actually get that. The boost is going to wear off. The Mutas should be able to catch that. No, good job with the rest of the army coming out there and catching that. But is this a fight Zerg can take?
Oh my God, well the siege tanks are not siege, so the Baneling's rolling in on top of a lot of this right now.
Yeah, but most of the Marines fled up to the north where the Banelings were not.
Nice control from Kier there. He really spread very, very quickly, and the Banes were not as efficient as Armani was looking for.
And Kier's now going to rapidly push in here. You got to be careful. You need more Banes. You can't lose your Mutas. The Mutas can try to draw the Marines away or maybe even catch some units that are going to try to reinforce here, but you can't take a head-on fight yet. You need to remake your Lings. You need to remake your Banelings. And it looks almost as though Terran wants to push right through the middle of the map. This is a situation where you could be flanked from any side. Oh, wow, counterattack here.
Yeah, look at that. Kier should not turn around, I think. Let's see if he does. He's actually just sitting on creep. That might be an opportunity for Armani as well. Oh, okay, he's actually controlling pretty heavily there and kind of giving up his natural for the time being. A lot of Banes being made for Armani right now at the 4th base.
He's going to abandon this now and try to set up a counterattack here. Now, again, you know, Terran's on 3 bases, so when you interrupt the mining here, it is huge. But Kira's not pushed in yet. Which I think is probably good. He might have been overextending had he done that. This position with the siege tanks is quite strong.
Yeah, that's really great placement.
He wants to try to hammer down this 4th base again.
Oh, that's so hard to clean up.
Yeah.
As Zerg, like, how do you clean that with Ling Bane?
Oh,
you have
no.
to have so much.
The Mutas miss a tank that was reinforcing here as well.
All right, well, the Mutas and some Lings going to clean up a bit of the Marine reinforcement. Looks like he's running around, bringing some Banes as well. Kier scans it, so he knows what's coming.
I don't know if he's going to be able to, we're going to see it on camera, but the hatchery is picked off. Yeah, there it is. So that's the 2nd hatchery on the 4th to go down.
Yeah, it's getting painful.
If he can just regroup and come up there and kill it again, this is going to be a straightforward Terran win.
Look at the way he's combing the map right now. He's kind of moving to the north, swinging around to the other base. I think this is really, really nice play from
Oh,
Karen.
man, the siege tanks are not sieged up.
Oh, my God. Baneling's just running into the siege tanks so quickly.
Well, that was a huge win there for the Zerg.
Wow.
Can he bring this all the way back, though?
He might be able to. There's one siege tank back there, yeah.
Oh, that's so crazy.
That
yeah,
turned on its head in a matter of seconds.
Do not overextend, man. Zerg wins a fight like that, and those Banelings keep rolling all the way to your SCVs back at home.
Wow. Well, good for Armani. Held on there. Like, he lost the fourth bases a lot of times. It felt like, though, overall, like, I like the counterattacks from Armani. He's giving himself opportunities, right? For Kier to make mistakes, for him to make great moves, and that ended up happening.
You know, it
did feel like a Kier mistake, a big portion of that.
It did seem like, yeah, sure, the hatcheries are being killed. This is good for Terran, but you're losing that many SCVs. You can't remake that quickly. Drones were pulled away in every attack. The Zerg was not losing workers.
That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah.
Death Aura is going to be our map, our third map. Let's do this. Armani vs. Kira, the final game, starts now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 아프리카 프린스, 아르마니, 박진영. 드래곤 피닉스 게임, 큐어, 김도.
So that last game, I think was my favorite game of the day. I know we've had some pretty crap games for today.
That was a really interesting game.
That was cool because
there was a lot going on there.
Yeah, it did, I think, on the surface kind of look like, oh man, Terran's really crushing here, but the Mutas did kill a lot of SCVs. There was a lot of interrupted mining, and I think
a lot of counters, yeah.
You could just see the point where Terran was kind of overextending. Now, I think if Terran had fought a little bit better, maybe Terran wins that fight and goes all the way across and crushes. But
I like the way he was sweeping, but then it was like he was going up a ramp, and Armani was coming down the ramp, and things went sideways.
StarCraft 2 is brutal. If you don't have your screen in the right spot, so much of this game is actually you preempting everything.
Yeah. Knowing where your opponent's army is a gigantic part of this game. It's so much about positioning. And like you said, if you don't have your screen in the right spot, Banelings are the king of that.
Yeah.
Like literally amongst all units, the Banelings are the least forgiving, right? Because they explode and instantly do their damage. So in a matter of a second, you can lose your entire army.
Yeah, and if you really lose a fight, if they've only used half their Banelings and they killed everything, the counterattacks are just devastating.
Yeah. Well, Zerg's got that production and can get in on top of everything. It's like, well, you need a critical mass of Terran to fight against it.
You know, in theory, you should have your entire army in that push. Maybe there's a medevac somewhere on the map that's going to try to draw their attention away while you do that. But if you lose and they have that many Banes, for sure the rest of their Banes can kill everything else that's being macroed out, and you lose the game.
Yeah.
Lings and Mutas alone are already good, small numbers of Terran units.
Yeah. Terran is about getting to the right size of an army.
Yeah.
It's not really, other than that, just some harassing and whatnot. All right, Reaper comes in again. We'll see what Kier ends up getting done. Oh, gets a link.
Not bad.
Yeah. Gets 2 lings.
And the Reaper is killed off. So not ideal for Kier, but that's fine.
He's going triple command here. Looks like he's going to go up to Reactor Hellions with it. Pretty standard stuff.
And frankly, I think just like the last 2 games, we're probably going to have a slow one to start off here, too. Doesn't seem like either of these guys want to do anything fancy at all in the early game.
It's hard to attack each other early on with these 2 races.
Right.
Like, think about some of the early all-ins we see, like Hellbat all-ins. Those are not that good. Like, they just make enough queens and then they're held, or if they have Banes, or if they have roaches. It's like, no, it's not that good. And then as far as Zerg goes, it's like, well, we have some weird Roach Ravager Ling attacks that we can do, but, like, if they have a tank on high ground, you're done. And, yeah, like, Ling Bane is not generally something you're going to end up trying to hit him with because you don't have Baneling speed. It's just, it's hard to cheese each other in this matchup and have a high win percentage doing it, you know?
Yeah.
It's like CVP is the opposite. Like you two, you can hurt each other so badly early on.
There's a lot of pretty dirty play you can have early on that's really hard to deal with.
Sludgery.
Sludgery, I like that. Some slimery is maybe where I would take it. No, look, these are turning out to be pretty good late game and mid games here with these two. Yeah, there's.
Whoa.
What did he cancel?
I believe that was a fusion core.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder why. Was it scouted?
I don't know. I don't think so. No, it was like too far away. I don't believe it was scouted. Oh no, maybe that Overlord that's at the bottom poked in and saw it when we were looking at the.
I think so.
Thing running up the ramp. I'm not 100% on that. No, I guess it didn't because he came back in and there wasn't. You would have the building there, right? In the fog of war.
Yeah.
So I guess not, but okay. Well, he's canceled his plans for BC.
2 more factories.
So some mech play.
Yeah, to what you were saying a little bit earlier, Artosis, a lot of those Hellbat rushes, they just, even the theory of it seems to suck. You know?
What do you mean by the theory of it?
Well, you could just run away from them, and you can always kite them.
Yeah, they're very slow.
It's the thing about the unit as the Hellbat is like it actually can't chase stuff down.
No, it waddles.
So you just
have
run
you ever
away
been
with
chased by someone that's waddling after you? I wouldn't call that a chase. I could just walk away.
Oh, I speed up my walk, and then I look back. If they're far enough away, I slow down even.
Yeah.
No, look, it's not. Well, anyways, I guess we're not going to see that regardless. But the mech play, I'm curious to see what we're going to have. Because now we have the Thors coming here.
Yeah, he's making 2 Thors. So, wait a minute.
That feels like an early time to make Thors here.
It might be a Gumiho style, right? Gumiho loves double Thor drops. He invented that and really kind of brought mech back. Yeah, look at that. 2 medevacs being made.
I can't believe not a single Hellion was killed when it ran back there.
I know, yeah, that was weird.
The damage was distributed in just such a way where nothing died.
They're all red.
Yeah.
But look, this is very cool to see because no one's used this style of mech in a very long time. Gumiho reinvented mech against Zerg. People were certain that mech could no longer be used because of the Swarm Host. And then Gumiho started using 2 medevacs with Thors and then also mixed in Vikings. And suddenly Swarm Host couldn't do much because he would either shoot down the Nidus or shoot down the Locust while they're flying towards his base, that type of thing.
Yeah.
He was much more active with it. This is from the era when he won GSL, this type of play. So I'm really excited to see it.
I didn't think that Kira was going to do anything like this in this game.
No,
I thought he was going to do the same thing.
Forever.
Yeah. So that's kind of cool to see, especially in a critical moment like this where obviously Kira does want to just get out of this group and wash his hands of these players and move on.
Yeah.
Very cool to see him coming out with something like this.
It is, and it looks like Swarm Host Nidus will be the way. Let's see if he can do what Gumiho showed us a very long time ago how to do.
I think this might be very good, though, against what Kira's doing. If Kira can't get the initiative, the Swarm Host Nidus sort of compounds as damage goes. You get a few, like for instance, you catch the Thor or 2 Thors, and then you kill this building, and you just watch the other player get flattened.
He's just sitting there. He's had 2 Thors in medevacs for 100 years right now.
Yeah,
and
seems
he's just
a little
sitting
bit too passive.
It feels like I'm watching a broken replay. Like let's bring these out and do something.
We finish what we started with these Hellions.
Nope.
All right. Well, the Swarm Hosts come out, and this is where it's going to be hard for the Terran from here because Terrans, first of all, Thors are not that mobile, right? I mean, that's why we even Thor drops are a thing. It's much more mobile than just Thors, period. Okay, so didn't do that much. 2 SCVs, but the mining's been interrupted. Now the Lings and the Roaches can come here. Keep in mind the Swarm Hosts are going to be trying to attack in again. Looks like he might be able to get this depot and then book it out of there.
Wow. Okay, well, I'm kind of surprised he stays that long, but whatever. You're generally going to be running around with some Roach Ravager during this type of situation anyways. You can fight with Locust for a little bit, which can be really nice. A lot of tanks being made. Looks like Kira is probably just trying to max out here and then maybe counter push.
Now, this does delay your 4th base here as Zerg. So Let's watch as time passes here, because he will eventually have to get this expansion up. But the idea is that you want to trade really efficiently here.
I think he's not trading super efficiently. Like, he
I don't think
lost
so.
quite a bit of Roach Ravager there. There was some good targeting going on, I think, by Cure. And that Link attack doesn't do, like, these are great ideas.
Did almost nothing.
Yeah, the theory behind this, the ideas that Armani has are really, really good. But his army is not going to fight well when Cure actually moves out.
Yeah. Now, there is a 4th base being taken at 3 o'clock here. The locust count is much higher. He might be able to target down quite a bit more here.
Yeah,
great
that's
job on these
way
tanks.
better.
Wow, 3 tanks go down, and the Thors.
Oh, even more tanks.
Oh
as
my
well.
God!
Everything.
Okay, he got enough.
Oh
this is
my
enough
God.
damage. Oh man, and now the SCVs are taking so many hits here. And keep in mind, it's going to be Act 4 here in a little bit with those swarm hosts.
Yeah. He's going to have more and more. Look, that army that Cure was trying to build towards, it's not happening anymore. He lost too much there. He's not going to max out. He's got to get something else done. Armani is starting to dismantle him.
Okay, he's backed up. I actually think we're going to see Armani take this game. There's less and less and less here each time.
Absolutely. He's killing it right now. Look at the amount of damage every Locust Wave is doing. The first couple didn't do so well, and now he's just massacring.
Oh my God, now he's going to kill the Thor?
Yeah.
This is game.
It's game.
Armani is going to be the first player to get out of this group. How insane is that? What a cool twist.
Yeah.
GG, Armani wins, and Cure goes to the final match.
You can see how happy he is with that. Oh my God, Armani winning a GSL group. What year is it? 2020. Armani rising up.
Very exciting stuff from Armani.
Yeah, that's really cool. Very well done. And that means that Cure has to await whoever wins the next match, which I think makes it very dangerous for him. SOS, I mean, he played weird against Armani, but I bet you his PVT is sharp.
Yeah. That's, by the way, his first ever GSL round of 16, so this is huge, man. And Armani been struggling as a pro gamer for a little while here. Very cool to see him actually take out a player like Cure here. Wow. And SOS.
Yeah, some big ones.
Next step here, we're going to have an interview now with Armani. We're going to see how he's feeling. Andy will be translating.
Yeah, it's his 7th GSL.
Yeah,
and as you said, his first round of 16.
So cool.
And
this is the first time we have the player interview with Armani. It's his first time moving on to the GSL round of 16. We're going to have an interview with Armani. Congratulations. Thank you. Wow, sincere congratulations. Literally, this is your first round of 16 in 6 years of your pro gaming life. How do you feel? Well, last season, I was tier 2 and I got eliminated. So I actually thought about just retiring as a pro gamer, but I kept playing. And since I thought about stop playing as a pro gamer, I had a lot of thoughts coming into this season. I couldn't practice much, and I wasn't that desperate at all, and I wasn't thinking much about the game. But previously, I could never reach the round of 16. But today, playing with a comfortable mind, I was able to achieve that. So this is quite weird to me. And as you said, you're like about to cry right now. There are tears in your eyes. And you said you were about to stop your career as a pro gamer as well. But within the 6 years, what kind of mentality did you have? Every time I come to the GSL stage, I couldn't play. I was always sleep deprived, and my brain stopped working. So I tried many methods. And honestly, today, the group looks really hard, so I didn't expect much. And I felt like I didn't have much to advance out of the group. But today I think my skills definitely delivered. I think it will be really hard for you to play with a comfortable mind in the winner's bracket. So tell us about the winner's bracket. I've never won in the winner's bracket. I lost every time 2-0. So you know, my initial mindset was to just win one game, one set in the winners bracket and beat SOS twice to move out in second place.
대승을 거두고 역전하는 그런 모습도
And you did acquire the
나왔는데요.
victory after winning the skirmishes.
이야기를 해볼게요.
So let's talk about the
그
ZVP.
저는 트리플 중지사? 그게 아주 많이 생각이 나는데
You know,
이게
I still think about triple spire.
업그레이드 하실 생각이었던 건지
So were you
궁금하네요.
initially planning on upgrading all the spires? Oh, this might be funny, but that was the scenario.
이게 연습하다 나온 결과인데 결국엔 무리군주를 안 가면은 후반을 이기기가 좀 어렵다.
You know, if I don't go for the Brawl Lords, it's really hard for me to win in the late game.
거대둥지탑 만들고 하나만 업그레이드하면 제가 업그레이드를 대회 때 까먹을 것 같은 거예요. 그래서
I actually thought that I would actually forget about the upgrades, so that's why I made triple spires.
보여주셨던 것 같습니다. 자, 이렇게 6년 만에
So with this, Armani achieved his first round of 16 in his GSL career. So I'm sure there are people who you're thankful to.
누가 떠오르세요?
So who comes to your mind the most?
연습 도와준 사람들.
Well, all the people who helped me with the scrims.
후반 운영을 제가 잘 못했는데 희범이가 좀 개념을 알려줘서.
And I was actually really bad with the ZVP late game, but Ragnarok really helped me, and a lot of the Protoss players did help me as well. Parting helped me,
엄청 열심히 도와주고 태양이 형도 도와주시고.
and TY helped me too with the Terran matchup. And so I'm really thankful to all the people who helped me with the practice.
이 아프리카 팀에 들어서 활동하게 됐는데.
And this year, you know, I joined Africa Freaks.
아프리카 형들 다 정말 좋거든요.
And all the Africa Freaks brothers are really nice to me.
만난 것 같고.
I'm really grateful to have met such wonderful friends.
고맙다고 전하고 싶어요.
So I'm very thankful to them as well.
그리고 언제나 응원해 주시는 어머니.
And you know, I'm always thankful to my mom, of course.
고맙다고 전해주고 싶습니다.
Yes.
고마우신 분들을 한 분도
Well, there are
놓치지
so
않고
many thankful
아주
people.
꼼꼼하게 말씀을 잘 해주셨습니다. 자, 16강 조지명식도 처음이실 텐데요.
So this will be your
오늘
first
이정도
round of 16 group
인터뷰라면
nomination.
첫 인터뷰인데 말씀도
So
잘하실
this
것
is the first
같아요.
interview, right? So
말씀 주세요.
I think you'll be able to have a very good
그냥
group nomination later.
A조에서 저 뽑아줘서 같이 꿀조 만들었으면.
Well, I hope I get picked in Group A, and we try to make a good group.
조지명식 기대를 해보겠습니다.
And we'll look forward to your group
자,
nomination,
앞으로
Armani.
어떤 모습 보여주실까요? 앞으로가 시작인데요. 마지막 한마디
And before you
드리겠습니다.
go, anything you want to say?
처음 16강 올라왔는데.
Well, this is the first round of 16, and it's been a long time coming here. So I'm really happy.
며칠만 즐기고.
But I'm just gonna enjoy this moment for a few days, and I'll try not to get eliminated straight away in the round 16, and try to win until the
다시
end.
한번 첫 GSL 16강
Once again, congratulations,
축하드립니다.
Armani, for achieving your first round of 16. Thank you.
This is really exciting stuff to have Armani finally advance. I mean, it takes so long to get good at StarCraft, and obviously it takes insanely long to get into Code S. And so to have him accomplish this and go to the next step, I love a story like that.
Yeah, it's very cool to see, actually.
And in a group as stacked as this, I
tough,
thought
yeah.
any of these players would advance before Armani. So that's so cool. Anyways, guys, we have a short break. We come back, the elimination match. Don't go away.
I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent and gray. Yesterday and tomorrow, now I feel sad and strange. I was here every day, but then you just walked away. Silent and gray. I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run to catch the moment. Nobody can stop me, I'm running. You don't need harming. How will lead us to what we loving? Just enjoy the moment. 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 things that I didn't mean. I know that I should think before I speak. And if you think you're too good, then go be too good for me, for me, for me. I know it's a game I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game you think I'm gonna play, but baby you should do whatever you need to erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby. Erase me, baby.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게 새로움을 마시다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐 이점 쓰리끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
Round of 24. Pure. Armani. SOS. Africa TV. Prigo Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code is Last Stand.
Calling, then you stop calling. I'm not used to hearing the sound.
Okay, we're back, and it's time to eliminate our first player in a pretty crazy twist of events. Armani gets out first in Group D, a group that had Bomber, SOS, Cure. That's pretty insane. And now it's going to be Bomber or SOS eliminated first. Now, obviously Bomber has an incredible history, and he had to go away for a little bit, but he's back. He looks very strong. Maybe not as strong as the other Code S players, but SOS is the two-time world champion.
That's right.
But he's not performing well.
It's been a while since he's won a world championship.
Yeah, but come on, man.
Yeah.
He's won it twice, Artosis. That's huge.
I'm with
And this
you.
guy has some of the most creative play ever, but he might get eliminated first here. He looked very, very bad versus Armani. Granted, PVZ is different than PVT.
Yeah. I think that's the big takeaway here. Also, Bomber is still rated pretty low amongst GSL players. I mean, I want to see him make a return and go deep. I think that would be one of the most hype things we could have happen, have him beat DRG level, which is amazing. But is he going to bring that here tonight? It doesn't look like it so far.
Okay, guys, let's go into game one. The loser is out of the GSL. The winner goes on to face off against Cure.
GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께 있대. 우린 더욱 강하다. 팀 GP 마모 최지성. 지리어 그레이스 SOS 김유진.
All right. So looks like SOS has a good record so far. Well,
Let me get your caster pull string out here. Hold on a second. I gotta start you up again, Artosis.
Howdy. So here's my thoughts basically. If SOS screws up and doesn't get out of this group, is there any chance for him to make it to IM Katowice? I think he would have to go. I think he would have to I should calculate this.
Win the super tournament or something?
Yeah, you probably have to win our last super tournament or something near that. Because overall this year, he has very few points. He's not bashing the cups, the ESL cups or anything, you know.
No, I mean he's having, I think, the worst year of his career.
So far he is.
Yeah.
He is.
That makes me sad. I am an SOS fanboy.
Probably the biggest one out of everybody.
I think I'm the biggest. Yeah, for sure. But we need, he has cool strats, but not wins.
Cool strats.
Before he had cool strats and cool wins.
Well, I want him to do well. I'll sack Cure to get SOS through, to be honest. I think that SOS spices up weekend tournaments like few others, right? Like an IM Katowice type situation.
Sure.
People always discount, like, oh, he barely even made it here. And it's like, no.
Yeah, he has enough.
He'll kill everybody.
He has enough weird stuff at any moment
Yeah.
that he can basically beat everybody in a day.
Listen, I can name 3 to 4 Zergs he's not going to beat, but everyone else is on the menu. Everyone else.
Yeah.
Cell Rain or Dark, you guys are safe. Everyone else, watch your back.
Okay, some more gates coming down here.
Look at this weird build.
Yeah,
nice.
this is different.
Yeah, quick
Adepts.
mine drop. I like it. I like it, right? He's going to have the mines cloaked, and what SOS's build is looking like right now.
It looks
I mean,
like
he's
it's
just
some
going
adept
3 gate.
pressure, unless we switch into Stalkers here soon. And then the Robo's coming down here as well.
Proxy pylon for some warpins, I think. Can't see what's going on. Look, he's even getting drilling claws, man. This is crazy. Like, this has potential to really do well.
The weird thing about doing any build is when you try to do it against what SOS is doing, because SOS, I would say over 50% of the time, is doing something pretty abstract.
That's true.
So it's kind of hard to prep for it in the same way. But I agree with you. I do think from Bomber, this is a very cool opening.
Yeah, he has some real potential here. I mean, when you hit something like drilling claws this quickly, but look, you see those stalkers coming out. If those Marines are not in position, like 3 stalkers and 3 adepts will bash through this. But that's going to leave nothing at home as well.
Man, when you build a CC on the low ground like this, all you have to do is kill the SCV and then keep.
He's luring him out. He's luring him out, Tasteless.
Yeah, that was really smart. Can he actually get on top of this? Oh my God!
So important. That does buy Bomber a bit of time here.
But he's still losing all these Marines. I'm sorry, is the medevac actually down in the bottom? I don't see it on the medevac.
Yeah, no, it's going across the middle right now.
Oh, I see it now. I see it now. Excuse me.
Oh, just
my
barely
God.
gets Hepburrowed. Okay, well, the mine is done a little bit. Now he knows that he actually has an armory as well. Oh no, there's already an observer.
Yeah, he's basically ready.
Oh!
Whoa, that was weird.
It got the observer!
Oh my
God. Oh no, it didn't.
Where's the observer?
Oh no, there's a second observer. There's a second observer.
Okay,
That's what it
just
is.
above our screen.
Yeah, it got a probe in the observer with it. That was almost like the most heroic mine hit
He's
ever.
going to get the add-on here.
He's going to get so much.
Oh, nice snipe on the first Widow Mine. Backs up.
Okay,
let's where the Widow Mine burrows.
Take stock of some damage here.
I actually think that he can just send his stalkers across the map and win the game with the observer, right?
That sounds about right.
Right? I might be wrong.
Look how much he's lost. Look how much poor Bomber's lost here. The build was cool, but The way that he baited those Marines out and then just, well, I guess the bait wasn't as big as just the fact that he had way too many units to deal with for 4 or 5 Marines.
Well, he went for Barbarian play this time.
Yeah, he did.
He came with a club.
He did. He didn't have any upgrades.
No.
Didn't have a nail in the club.
Yeah.
Didn't know what the wheel was.
Yeah. He was
didn't have shoes.
He was an ogre this game, Artos.
He was an ogre.
He was a one-eyed ogre.
We call those a Cyclops.
With a fur thong. Yes, that could be a Cyclops ogre. Fur thong on, nothing else.
That's about it.
Fat.
Yeah. And
one
this
tooth.
Technological wonder that is Bomber with his invisible, quick burrowing mines, unfortunately, is not finding any damage.
Oh my god, he takes out the mine. This is a one-base Terran. You cannot be a one-base Terran for very long. That's an empty medevac. Look at him. He doesn't even know there's nothing outside the entrance of his base. He's being very cautious here.
Yeah, he's afraid. It's like that bug at the end of Starship Troopers right now.
It's afraid.
Look at this. SOS has a cannon in his mineral line. It's so funny. The cannon doesn't actually kill the mines before it burrows with drilling claws. But
I think that means he might want to push out, though. He wants something back home to kind of defend.
Well, as soon as he gets, like, I don't know. Would you try to kill him here, or would you go just for a third Nexus?
Well, I guess you could just go for a third Nexus and get ahead that way. Like, you're already so far ahead.
Yeah. When you get ahead, Tastes get further ahead.
Mm-hmm. And the Observer can spot and see exactly where Bomber's at. There's going to be another drop now. This is, again, another Widow Mine drop. But back home for SOS, I mean, he's getting all the upgrades and units he needs to have a very robust army. And maybe his game plan is just to get his own third up, get probes over there, and then just try to deny the Terran's third. He's got a pretty insane advantage already from the game, the way it started.
Honestly, he can set up an attack to win as well.
Sure.
The fact that we don't see him upgrading, we know he has a forge, tells me that he wants to attack, right?
Right.
Otherwise, why wouldn't you just start +1? Unless you were going to go attack. Right? Explain that one to me, Tasteless.
Hold up.
Oh, actually, he already has +1. That would be why.
He's coming in here, and we have Widow Mines burrowing. And, okay, 5 probes is not bad. This isn't paying for itself, though. Now he loses that Widow Mine. And yeah, you're kind of just hemorrhaging units. And I get it. I mean, Bomber's behind. He has to try to do something to get ahead, but I'm worried that this is just going to be him feeding the Protoss right now. Protoss is going to get bigger and bigger.
Well, I understand, like, looking for something, because it's tough, right? Like, how are you going to fight him off? Make a planetary your third? Like,
I don't know.
Is that going to be the way to do it?
Sometimes we have these games where it's this drop that actually is the one that's lethal here. Not lethal, but, you know, it's so much more damage. But it's not happening yet. Protoss continues to outgrow. We have Templars coming into the game now.
Yeah, all sorts of splash. All sorts of damage here. Lots of Marauders being made. Some more Raxes going up. And, I mean, he gets +2 started. All right, so Bomber is planning for the longer game. Still flying around looking for some damage with these mines.
Okay, it's finally time for the Protoss to try to initiate. Oh my gosh! You're kidding me. He could have gotten that for free. Both players messing up here. A drop will come in. Again, as Artos was saying, the Widow might get broke quite quickly here. But he's not getting the damage he needs. And again, there's nothing really back at home for Terran. This drop alone is already going to be a lot of damage, but wait for the push to come in here.
Yeah, that push coming up. He might be a bit out of position. He does have his third base taken.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Oh, well, actually, SOS kind of on a move command there for a moment, but there is a lot of Protoss left over.
Okay, this is probably too much damage. And again, more warp-ins here. We're going to be going to game 2 in a second. There's no way to stop SOS now. GG, he takes game 1. And Bomber is 1 loss away from being eliminated from the round of 24.
Yeah, having a very tough day so far. I like the idea behind the build that he brought here.
Yeah.
Very teched out mine drop in the right situation that can do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, SOS pulled the trigger first.
Bomber looks like a strong Terran player that is just not able to stand up to the other players he's against here. Again, SOS with a very cool opening.
Well, Bomber comes in as 4th seed in the group, right? And rightfully so far.
Again, SOS very tricky in the early game. That was him taking a lead, putting Bomber in a position where he had to try to lash out and do damage of his own. And every attack he did, he got further and further behind until eventually SOS could warp into Bomber's main while attacking at the front, and it was a kill move. Game 2 will be on Pillars of Gold, and that's loading up right now. What strats will SOS have, and can Bomber stand up to SOS, or will he be eliminated? Let's find out now.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 팀 GP, 바모, 최지성. 지니어 그리닝스, SOS, 김유진.
All right, SOS. What are you going to bring us this time? Or maybe I should ask Bomber that question.
SOS is going to make it weird. That's what he does, Artosis.
What level weird, though?
Oh,
Nexus
so
in the main base weird?
uncomfortable weird.
Uncomfortable?
Like as uncomfortable as if we were sitting here and I just started taking mayonnaise and rubbing it on my face and not talking to you, and you're just like, oh, this is so weird.
That would be,
that's how weird SOS makes
wow,
it.
Tasos is finally broken.
It finally snapped.
I knew it would happen one day.
Yeah. So, Bomber's walled off here. The problem for SOS is his play is so often so out there.
Yeah.
Not just in his decisions in mid-game and late game, but really a lot of the builds he does. I mean, he totally tricked. By the way, Bomber almost died immediately at the start of that game.
Yeah, it was.
If the Adepts and Stalkers could have gotten on top of the depot before it raised, like, he probably would have just killed him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you're probably right
Like
about that. Or you would have done so much
damage. Yeah, the follow-up attack just kills him. But again, it's just a very unusual way to play. He just knows how to play around the meta and around what looks normal. There's so many builds where SOS will start it out, and from the player's perspective, because the game's one of incomplete information, it looks like it's one thing when SOS is doing something entirely different.
Well, here SOS so far, pretty normal. We'll see in a second here what tech he chooses, or if he just makes more gates. But on Bomber's side, we see mine production again. We see a starport. I mean, is it as simple as some marine mine pressure?
I mean, maybe.
He's not going super teched out, right?
We've got kind of the same build coming here from SOS, right? The 2 Adepts coming out, the 3 gates.
Yes, you're quite right. It is.
Now,
it is the same build from him.
If Terran is trying to move out here, and this game's different because Terran's not making a command center on the low ground. Oh, that sucks. Adept killed there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, when you see Widow Mines at the entrance on one base, you're thinking drops.
Yes.
You're not like,
course,
that's
yes.
strange. He's going to just shimmy that mine down there and make a CC. And
No, you don't think that.
Yeah. So, like, it's not a bad strategy, but this game is almost like a Groundhog's Day game where it seems like a lot of the same stuff is happening.
It's very similar on both these sides, right? Like, let's see. I guess he's going to get Drilling Claws as well.
Sure.
But the timing of this is a little bit different from before.
The Adept is going to see it.
The Armory is going to finish here.
3 Stalkers coming. But the Stalkers are not at home.
Look, the Robo's not done, and he's actually going to drop some mines out, so...
SOS.
It's going to deny a good amount of mining, at least.
Picks up. They'll be burrowing that mine again. But, I mean, there's nothing back at the front.
Whoa, he's making a Thor.
What? Oh, my God.
What
well,
did...
oh, this Adept is stuck.
Dude, this is cool.
Okay, I feel like...
Wow. I thought he was going to lose that one.
Yeah, I thought he was going to lose 2 of them.
That second one, I really thought that was going down. I'm like, oh, you're being a little bit sloppy here.
Okay, he gets the depot. A Shade comes in. Now, he's probably not expecting a Thor.
Dude, we haven't seen anything like that since Wingers of Liberty.
What do you
seriously.
do with a Thor, though? What's the plan? Are you just going to
step on force fields?
Oh! No, I guess you can just kind of micro it. Almost like it's a Reaver and a shuttle.
Yeah.
And then the Protoss doesn't have that much.
That's his plan, clearly.
Okay.
But there is an Immortal being made. There are shield batteries.
So this is either going to be the most awesome thing ever, or we're going to go, oh, that's why you don't do that. Okay. Get back here.
Look at that mine try to get away.
Yeah.
It was never going to get away.
He wants to win the game so badly. All right.
What is this Thor going to do?
Thor enters cube mode when it's picked up. All right.
Okay,
Wings of Liberty build.
Seriously.
Look,
there's so many shield batteries. There's no way on earth.
Look at the Thor. It's like the big SCV, and then there's the little baby Thors, which are the little SCVs.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm just kind of holding my breath watching the Thor and seeing what it actually gets done.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of damage on top of that ramp.
The idea is that he can just keep repairing. But then, you know, the SCVs, the medevacs can be targeted.
Yeah.
Nothing's really dying here for Protoss.
Just one of them. Yeah, it's so hard to actually kill these off. And when he gets an overcharge, it's going to be huge. He has a second Thor on the way.
He gets the medevac. 1 medevac now for micro purposes.
Okay, so 1 medevac left over. He has lost 2 medevacs already. Another Thor coming across the map. Oh my god, a second Immortal.
Well, this is, I think, why we don't see this. Oh!
But now there's 2 Thors!
What now? Transformers, robots in disguise. Huh. Yeah, this is just, it's not going to work, man.
No, there's no way on Earth.
Look. Oh my god. That's all she wrote. GG SOS, the Thor Slayer.
You know,
take your Gundams home, Bomber.
I want to be bold for a moment and say if Bomber was playing a regular Terran player, this stuff might have worked. Truly.
Yeah.
Like, that would catch a lot of people off guard. Like, what if you went, like, if you were still upgrading Blink and he got there? The Immortals are what held that.
No, the Immortals are the hard counter to that.
Yeah.
The Immortals are so good against mech that you can't have stuff like that.
Almost no one goes 3-gate Robo. No one does that. Not in this year.
Well, it's funny because I don't know when he knew the Thor was coming, but it was a very easy answer. Anyways, guys, break time. Up next, the last match, Cure versus SOS.
상큼한 복숭아가 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실사사이다.
울트라 기어로 부드럽게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터. 울트라 기어로 선명하게 이긴다. LG 울트라 기어 게이밍 모니터.
잡아 킬 흐림님 힐 그렇지 나 힐. 2.3끈 온다 잡아 바닥 바로
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
성능을 언제 어디서나 가볍게 즐기다. 지포스 GTX 1650 그래픽 최신 인텔 10세대 프로세서 탑재. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
디자인을 하면서 가장 중요하게 생각했던 부분은 울트라 기어의 차별화된 브랜드 메시지를 잘 나타내는 것입니다. 신과 영웅들의 최강의 무기들을 검토하였습니다. 그중 니케의 승리의 날개를 모티브로 지금의 울트라 기어의 로고가 탄생하게 되었습니다. 울트라 기어의 이니셜인 U와 G를 비상하는 날개의 형상으로 레드 색상을 사용하여 강력한 에너지와 힘을 나타내었습니다. 울트라 기어는 최상의 퍼포먼스로 진정한 게임의 즐거움, 승리의 기쁨을 여러분께 선사할 것입니다.
야, 우리 진짜 한 판만 더 이기면 돼.
야, 그럼 나 화장실 좀 갔다 올게.
야, 어디가?
금방. 자, 이 정도.
20여 명의 학생들이 컴퓨터 게임에 몰입하고 있는 또 다른 PC방. PC방의 전원을 꺼보겠습니다.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
싱그러운 청귤이 사이다를 더 청량하게. 새로움을 마시다.
실사사이다.
성능을 대용량 배터리로 언제 어디서나 더 오래 즐기다. 72Wh 대용량 배터리. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어. 듀얼 메모리, 듀얼 저장 장치. 고성능을 듀얼 업그레이드로 더 오랜 기간 즐기다.
거기 들어와. 그 밑에 걔 잡고. 나이스. 자씨. 됐어.
아, 미안해, 로우나. 화났어?
미안해. 내가 해줄게.
아, 잠깐 내가 누르면 안 돼. 아, 누르면 안 돼 지금. 잠깐. 경쾌하게 무슨 소리야?
좋은 시간 되세요.
From the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
고고 핫식스.
네, 눌렀습니다.
이상한데? 이렇게 작아. 너무 보이는데? 보이지가 않잖아. 쓸 수가
아니,
없는데?
저 키워보라고.
성능을 17대화면으로 언제 어디서나 더 크게 즐기다. WQXGA 초고화질의 17대화면, 16:10 최적의 화면비. 고성능 노트북의 새로운 기준 LG 울트라 기어.
라면이요.
이게
나왔습니다.
잠깐만 들어주세요. 빨리 나와요 이거.
음료 나왔습니다.
From the beginning.
고고 핫식스. 우승을 차지하는 전태현.
이제는 내가 직접 나서야 할 때가 된 것 같구나. 형제들이 검을 높이 들어 첫 번째 저수백에 더 이상 패배란 존재하지 않는다. 이 땅에 영광의 전투가 펼쳐지리라. 엔타로 GSL.
I can't stop breathing. I'm only burning. We always run.
Round of 24. Pure. Armani. SOS. Africa TV. Pre-Go Studio Live. 2020 GSL Season 3. Code S. Last Stand.
All right, everybody. It's time for the final best of 3. This is Cure versus SOS. I actually have no idea who's going to take this.
Oh, it's a hard one to predict.
Yeah, I think SOS looks fine against Terran. I think Bomber is a different brand of Terran than Cure for sure. Cure looks really strong. I think he actually could have advanced first out of his group, but he did this sort of weird Thor build against
Didn't understand
Armani,
what he was doing
and then he just got
rush to 2 medevacs and 2 Thors and sit in your base with them.
And then got smothered by Swarmhost. So I guess here you are. SOS has had a bad year, but he usually closes strong. But he has not been winning anything major right now. So this is a rough one.
Well, he's due is what that means.
It's that time. Everdream will be our first map, then Eternal Empire, and if we go to Game 3, it will be on Pillars of Gold. Game 1 is loaded up. This is Cure versus SOS.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 전투 지원이 들어왔다. 함께일 때 우린 더욱 강하다.
Okay.
Let's go.
Couple of proxy barracks on the way. It'd be funny, like, to do this against SOS, I think is really interesting. Oh my god, 3 proxy barracks. But look, when he gets there and starts the barracks, it's like an Oracle shoots down the SCVs. It's like, yeah, man, his Stargate's over there, you fool.
Stalkers blink onto them somehow.
Oh, look at this. He's looking for it.
Oh!
Oh, boy. What's up, Cure?
What's up, Cure? Out.
How many SCVs do we have out on the map? He should still build all the racks.
Yeah, he makes 2 racks just out of vision.
We've seen
Probe's
that before,
coming
remember?
here. This is the way StarCraft was meant to be played.
Oh, my
God.
God.
Oh, my word. All right. Look at Cure. He's like, this is my life. I made these choices to get to this position I'm in here. Yeah.
I made these choices.
I play all day, every day. I'm so good. I've been ranked 1 in the world on the ladder. And I decided to make 3 racks, and I get scouted.
That is funny.
He's making duck lips now. This is where you're like, okay.
Yeah, it's not even for a selfie.
No. Look at SOS. It's like, what creative, crazy thing can I do now?
Yeah. Well, everything he has is late, and he sacked his economy, sending 3 SCVs out. Well, told you SOS was getting out of this group.
You were right. I thought it was a smart move, but the fact that it got scouted is pretty rough.
Probe gonna harass a little bit here.
Okay, Stargate proxied here.
Yeah, makes sense.
The SCV is going to come in here and scout, but it's going to leave pretty quickly. You wouldn't know anything's being proxied right now. You know it's possible because of how common it is to do.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, you don't know for sure. And look, I'll tell you something.
Probably
I think
look for it.
Cure probably won't win this. I think this is a very hard position to play, and I feel like generally SOS is the best in the world at these kind of situations.
Stuff gets weird. He's very good.
So we have a Reaper out on the map here.
Yeah, he's looking.
And I assume we're just going to have an Oracle. Maybe he makes 2 and hides him and then comes at the last second.
I think he'll probably send it in right away.
Okay.
Just with how everything's delayed, it feels like a pretty decent play. And he probably wants to know what Kira's up to.
Oh, spots it. Very nice.
Yeah, especially now.
That's actually plenty of time, too. You see it's an Oracle, and it's basically just when it started.
Nexus going up as well. Cyclone on the way right now to help deal with that Oracle. Second Barracks. So seems like it's going to be a one base all in here from Kira.
Yeah, and that's becoming more and more clear as time passes here for SOS. I mean, that Adept is harassing, but it's also confirming that there's nothing else present at the natural. Oh, man. The thing is, there's enough here, the Oracle can actually just fight whatever it wants.
Yeah, it's going to back out of here. He knew a Cyclone was on the way. He knew when it was going to pop. His Adept was up there. All right, so Blink on the way. Pretty standard follow-up here. And he saw the tech as well, right? He saw the second racks.
Yeah.
So if he just chronos out this Blink, he should be good, right?
I think so. I think he should be fine. Starport coming down here. I mean, this is going to be a short one either way, I think.
Yeah.
The only way it isn't is that Kira does a lot of damage and SOS barely survives, and then Kira gets to expand and SOS tries to catch back up.
Those situations are pretty hard to come by. Like, you have to have such a specific amount of damage done.
Oh, the control is too good. It gets away. Oh, wow. He's going to come here with the Adept and the other Oracle. Maybe try to do a little bit more damage here.
May as well if the Cyclone's not there. Check out what's what.
Seeing the second Barracks, everything else. I mean, what you have to do is brace for impact here. You know there's an attack coming. It looks like it's going to be coming out actually right now. Shield batteries are necessary. Blink, and above everything else, you have to have incredible, impeccable control. Oh, this is actually a great catch. He'll kill the Oracle.
That's really nice.
And you take anything you can get as Protoss in this position. Now, I don't think this is going to be a straightforward attack here from Kira. I think there's a lot of positions that SOS can get into that are going to be hard to engage, especially since he's already in the middle of the map. Blink is going to be done before any units are even fighting.
Yeah.
And so you can blink and run away and kite. I mean, Stalkers are already a little bit faster than everything that Terran has, so...
You need to whittle down as much as you can.
Yeah, and the idea is gets small enough that by the time it reaches SOS's base, he can just take it on. Now, this angle sucks, though. I think he would have wanted to be past that point.
Yeah, it was the worst place to be standing, honestly.
And now there's one Stalker gone, one very low on HP. Okay, a side blink there. Now he can use these Stalkers to try to catch the reinforcements.
Side blink.
You like that, a side blink. The old side blink.
Yeah. I think people don't side blink enough.
Here we have the push coming. Every little bit of damage counts. Now, the Stalkers can end up killing all the reinforcements, but this is enough that Protoss can be killed here if it's not handled correctly.
Yeah, he's got a lot of batteries, though, so I think he'll be all right. I like the siege position for now.
Well, he probably needs to get a little bit closer here, to be honest.
He needs to start hitting something.
Yeah, even if it's just the batteries.
Oh, I think he should just sit there, Tasos, until
this is what he wants to do.
SOS is dead.
Yeah. Until SOS runs out of minerals and can't get a third base. That's what he needs to do. Now, he set up a good counter here. So Terran's actually heading back, which will sandwich the
yeah, look at this.
that are already here.
Good catch.
Okay, gets that. Oh, can he get the Raven here, too? Oh, maybe not. Wow.
Well, you know what? He ended up getting the medevac. He's making some energy be lost, dealing a little bit of damage. It was a good move from Kira to come back and actually sandwich those.
Yeah.
Because those would have just stopped all reinforcements anyways. But SOS is just getting too much now. Right? Like, I mean, I think charge is done now as well. So if SOS just makes units, it's hard to imagine this breaking through.
Yeah. Well, it needs to start working very quickly here. 2 base versus 1 base is one you just can't catch up with if you don't do fatal damage here. And again, you have all of the map to try to kite this. Another probe just coming across, just to confirm there's no other command center there. Okay,
yeah, really focusing on the siege tanks.
Yeah, if he gets it down to 1 siege tank or less, you can just handle it, you know?
Yeah, just Marines aren't going to do that much. There's a medevac coming down there, it is. Very important. Yeah, he's actually lost 14 Stalkers. That's interesting.
I don't like this for Terran at all.
No.
I mean, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. Look how many gateways there are.
Yeah.
7 gates.
Well, all he needs to do is make units. I like, though, that Kier keeps pulling back.
Well,
because he's identifying that there's no chance and he has to reinforce, and so he just keeps doing it. And that's the best you can do.
Maybe Kier can take 1 or 2 good fights, and that's enough to snowball it. Oh, the Raven!
What about it, Tasteless?
It's
Oh,
fine.
you thought that would die? No, I knew it would have 2 health.
Okay. I knew it would have 2 health. That's the best part. Not that it would live, but that you knew it would have 2 health. All right.
Okay, he's dead.
This is it. Let's go to game 2.
Damn, that's a lot of Zealots, man.
All right. Kier is dead. Paying the iron price for trying to cheese out SOS.
Well, you know what? He put up a reasonable fight considering how abysmal his opener was.
Yeah.
Try to proxy 3 barracks, get caught, and have to cancel after and lose your SCV, and oh, it's just, it can't be worse. That's the worst opener.
And I guess that was probably the best of all possible, not likely to win decisions that he had to make, was to try to do it all in like that. But you could see SOS knew what to do. Just get as many gates up and just have enough units that as they attack in, you just have more buildings making stuff than they have buildings making stuff.
All right, SOS 1 game away from going on to that next round for those crucial points.
Yep.
Kier, I think, is already pretty much set for going to Katowice.
Yeah, I think so. Eternal Empire will be game 2. Can Kier even this out, or will SOS survive and go on to the round of 16?
He's got kind of a grim look on his face. What must he be planning?
I don't know. Let's see, though. Our game is actually now ready to go, guys. Let's do this. Game 2, Kier versus SOS. The winner survives. The loser is out of the GSL.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 힘도 지휘역은 SOS 김유진
Okay, SOS with the probe now, combing through the lower part of the map here. Is he going to actually try to hide anything?
No, he's looking for proxies right now, but yeah, I guess he probably will hide something considering we see him make a second gas. Wants to play that 1 base.
Wouldn't it be amazing if he found 2 more, or the second time around, 3 more racks there?
Oh my god.
And laughs so hard it kills him.
That's the only way Kier's going to advance at this point. All right, command center. Gonna be coming down. Should be a proxy Stargate, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a Robo, but probably a Stargate.
It feels far away for a Robo.
And this time around, Kier just trying to play a more straight-up style here. You know, it's rough when you try to do an all-in that backfires that hard.
It is a Stargate. See if Kier overreacts, because this seems actually like a pretty milquetoast Stargate, right? I think he's actually just going to, like, the location of it doesn't make me think there's going to be any craziness, like no Tempest, no Void Ray type thing.
I think you're right. No, I think it's a very...
Feels like a single Oracle Nexus.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Maybe it gets in there, gets a little bit more damage.
It's funny, he sees that probe coming back. He's like, okay, I'm on the right path.
So the Adept's going to come forward for some pressure and some scouting. And I think we're going to have a more, you know, what looks like a more normal PVT. I do welcome the weird games. It's good to see those dimensions of StarCraft, but I really want to see how these two look in a more standard fight. So the SCV catches the Oracle about halfway done. That's plenty of time for the Terran to prepare.
Yeah, with the Twilight on the way, I imagine he's just going to go into Blink behind this.
Yeah, I think so. Expand, get 3 gates, and just go for Blink play. Oh, this is funny. Because the Adept's there, now this Oracle can kill all the Marines.
Yep. Definitely very well planned there by SOS. Gonna get right in, and wow, starting to do quite a bit. It's a while before that Cyclone's gonna come out. He's gonna use up all the energy.
It's a very cool little tactic there by SOS.
Yeah.
4 SCVs killed.
Plus all the Marines.
Yeah, Marine count lowered. So that's 5? Wow, 5 SCVs and 4 Marines. That's even more damage than I thought.
Yeah. Well, one of the SCVs died that was scouting.
Still, though, that's a lot that he's lost already.
Yeah, yeah.
And Protoss doesn't normally get little engagements with tactics like that that actually pay off that well.
No, he did a lot.
Not early on.
He did a lot.
All before the Cyclone's out. The Cyclone is the unit where the Oracle just has to leave.
Well, I don't think he's even going to make another Oracle, to be honest.
No, I don't think so.
The build it kind of looked like this is exactly what it was going to be, where he's just like, okay, I'm going to just throw a little wrench into whatever opening you have. It's kind of a cool thing, because he can play macro behind this. Like, it's not the most macro-heavy, like, highest econ, cut corners opener, but just the fact that he's thrown those wrenches into Kira's game plan, right? Like, you have to change how you're going to play as the Terran player here.
And from here on out, you can just use that Oracle to try to tag medevacs or anything else.
It's useful. You scout plenty with it.
And Kira's going to have to be careful if he does try to do anything on the map here. I mean, Blink Stalkers, if you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, you will lose your medevacs.
Well, it looks like he wants to get maybe some damage done here.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be wise to try to blink up into the main.
I don't think he can really get much done.
No, I think it would be a bad move, but...
Pick off a depot, maybe.
I guess he wants the option there.
I could see him, like see where he's checking. Maybe he'll blink past that, pick off 2-3 SCVs and recall or something like that.
Okay, sure.
I could see that play.
Yeah, Terran's pretty ready for everything,
yeah,
isn't he?
Yeah. Look, he even has to do that blink. It's kind of funny. So otherwise, he's going to run through some damage. Oh, no.
This can be strong with, what I worry about is, oh, he's just going to go for it. All right. Does he have enough? I guess, yeah, you could just gun down this tank. Only 2 shots off on that tank.
Well, I mean, a Cyclone locked on. We have another tank. This doesn't seem to be super good from SOS.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, actually.
Not a fan of that one.
This, when people were doing this about a year ago, it was so strong. But now Terrans know what to do. They have the tanks back in the right spot.
He had enough units. Even the landed Viking put in a ton of damage against mechanical
Yeah,
cons.
you saw him attack and then go, no, this isn't, nothing's going to work.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
SOS took a lead early on, but it seems like this is starting to even out here.
A little bit. And now his army supply drops pretty dramatically, which is a lot of the times the pain point in this matchup, right? Like, Terran in the mid-game generally gets more supply than the Protoss, who's taking the third and being a bit more greedy.
Yeah.
And you need to live through that moment. So if you do a lot of damage to those Stalkers, sure, great, you're going to live through that moment very easily. But if you lose a bunch of Stalkers, it's going to be a bit harder. Definitely, it just didn't feel worth it.
Behind this, 5 more gateways are going to finish. There's going to be a third base up and running. Pretty soon here, Terran's going to expand, but we'll also have the opportunity to try to attack and get some damage off on the Protoss. I don't know how much SOS can really rely on trying to blink back inside the main to win. His Stalker count has been lowered overall, and I think the Terran didn't lose much of anything that was of major significance. I guess he lost a tank, but that doesn't really matter that much as the game goes on.
Yeah. A lot of Terrans don't even make tanks later on.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good for the first little bit. They're good defensively.
They're mostly made to survive attacks like that.
Yeah.
And so he survived it and killed these Stalkers, so it served its purpose.
Kira powering up a bit here, adding his Raxes at third command center. Almost done. Good scout with that hallucination, seeing the timing of the third command.
Okay, another tag here.
few Zealots coming up to join these guys. As a sentry as well. Now, is he just staging the... Oh, look at that. I love this move.
Yeah, this is
when
something
you have
really
that early
simple.
Viking and it stays alive.
Yeah.
It's such a nice way to use it. A little bit of harass right there.
Just running around on its bird legs, you know. That's the thing about Vikings, they got bird legs, Artosis.
With the Ninja Turtle feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, no, that's the Thor.
The Thor, yeah.
Okay, so is he just waiting for the third?
Yeah.
I think so. I think
Yeah.
he just wants to kill the third command.
Yeah.
I think that's the
It's
idea.
like White Raw special tactics of StarCraft 2 here. So I guess the question is pretty straightforward. Is Terran ready to take a third and actually fight an army like this? Look at the probe sent out here. I don't know if he's actually going to make a Nexus, but it probably, you see the probe like that and you say, oh, I got to start getting my third because he's getting his fourth.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's not like the timing of him taking his third is off or anything. It
No.
looks like he's fine. He's actually got similar army supplies here. But SOS is going to catch him off guard. Do you see how many Zealots he has?
Yeah.
It's actually almost silly.
So Terran's probably going to siege
Look
up.
at this Marine, though. This Marine is going to save him the game.
There's still a War Prism coming in here, but it looks like the Cyclone could probably get this. Warp in! Yeah. Okay,
Look at
this
that,
is...
as Army walks back. Here comes SOS's Army up to the third base again.
And this is a lot of damage here in the main. Here we go.
Oh, the auto turrets, complete heroes here. Kier smashing this army.
Kier's going to fight this off.
Yeah.
Yeah, those auto turrets were really clutch. Wasting the Zealot's charge on that.
Well, that is not a good thing for SOS.
Well, now Kier has such an army. I think counterplay might be unstoppable.
Yeah, yeah. How can he stop this? Even the fact that he's making Colossus, I feel like Disruptor is your only chance here. You need Disruptors, and you need them to be a bit lucky.
Okay, Oracle shot down here. Yeah, I just think that the Terran will come in here and smash this, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
His
there's
army
just no
is
way.
so much better, it's not even close.
The Robotech was quite delayed because he wanted to get so many speed.
Yeah. So many
speed
charge
lots
lots. He had
and- yeah.
like 30 Zealots.
It's weird
Oh,
because
this
I
is-
thought it was actually going to work really well. We've got double Robo, but this is actually in a position where it can be pushed and killed. The only thing Protoss has going for him is this bottleneck.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get 2 more Colossus out maybe. It seems like it's taking Kier a really long time to decide where to attack. Oh, his army's just so much bigger, man.
Well, this is a maxed out Terran here. Oh my gosh. So many reinforcements coming in here.
Even a good defensive mine right there. Starting to take out some of these gates. I like that SOS is sacking his Nat, because, I mean, if he fights that right this second, he's just dead.
Yeah, the problem is that he might lose. Well, he will lose his Nat, but he's going to lose his fourth and maybe even his third here.
Yeah.
The high ground's going to make it tough for the army to push through, but I think there's going to be just so much more damage. All right, he's backing up. He's running for it.
All right, the Colossus getting some very good pairings on some of these Marines,
this
but
is too
his overall
much.
army is so small.
GG. We're going to go to the final game. It's tied up 1-1.
All right, anyone's series right now. That was an interesting one. I thought that SOS's opening was so great, but then he was like, it was like he was just trying to get the freest win ever. Like he's like, what's the easiest way I can sometimes kill a Terran with here? Is it making 30 charge lots and just waiting near his third? But then Kier sends a Marine because he's like, I don't know. Sometimes a lazy Protoss player will just make 30 Zealots here.
It did seem like he just wanted to end it.
Yeah.
And the handling mechanically by Kier was really good. He threw down 2 auto turrets, soaking up all the Zealot attacks.
Yeah, they were attacking auto turrets.
There was
huge.
way too many Marines stimmed out doing damage there.
Yeah.
So this is it, guys. Kier
Well done.
SOS gets eliminated.
That's so crazy, one of these guys going out in the round of 24.
Code S is so sick now, man. People are so good. Pillars of Gold here for Game 3. Kier versus SOS, the final game of the night. Let's go.
영광의 전투가 펼쳐진다. GSL을 위하여. 드래곤 피닉스 게임 큐어 김도. 시니어 그린 SOS 김유진.
Kind of a tense atmosphere in the studio here. I don't know who's going to advance. Both these guys are, I mean, they're just such a big deal with their respective race. It is crazy to eliminate one of these players in the round of 24.
Yeah.
And Armani gets out first, which is, I think, the biggest surprise of the day.
Yeah, it probably is.
The landscape of who's on top is really shifting here.
Which I think is good and healthy, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I welcome that.
I really do want to see some of these players.
I want the same players to always be the best.
Well,
it's like people who are mega Flash fans. I'm like, really? You don't? He's won almost everything for all time. Like, you just.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm a big fan of the Yankees. I'm like, the best funded baseball team. You're a fan of them? That's,
is
what
there
are we
something
doing?
wrong with being well funded, Tazes, or being
Well,
the greatest gamer of all time?
Yeah, there's so much.
There's so much wrong
Don't you
with
see it? Why don't you get it? No, you gotta root for an underdog.
Yeah.
An underdog story is exciting.
Look, I'm down. I like Armani's play overall. Like, he had some really cool, like that whole lurker game that he had last year was super neat.
Well, he's becoming one of these, like, super Zergs, where they're so good at everything.
Yeah, he does feel a bit like Ragnarok did, like a bit over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When Ragnarok really started rising up and showing he could do more than just cheese. It's a similar feeling with Armani, where you're like, oh, he's really filling out now, you know?
Yeah.
Looking good.
So we have same ideas here from game 2 being used for SOS.
Yeah.
Look, I think SOS actually could have won that game had he not thrown away the Stalkers, had he not tried to do this weird all-in after he had
was
a
like
pretty
trying to
substantial-
finish it so many times.
Yeah, it's like
needlessly.
He needed to chill out. I mean, the thing is, SOS is tricky. This is why people hate prepping against him, because you know, it seems counterintuitive, but that's why it could have worked. But Kier was so clutch. So this Adept actually gets in here. This is not a great start.
No, it certainly is
good,
not.
good catch here on the SCVs.
Well, he damaged them a bit. See what the Oracle does, how many it can clean up.
Look, that SCV is like praying to that temple.
It's a Protoss temple.
I know, he's in trouble.
He sees that Oracle. Ah, not much here for him.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't doing anywhere near the kinds of damage it did in game 2. Not that it's necessary to, but...
Yeah, you don't have to, but killing only 2 workers and getting your Nexus this much later feels like we might have a little bit of a lead here for Kier now.
I think so. But we do have different tech choices here. We have a Dark Shrine coming down.
The Dark Shrine, you mean the one that the Reaper flew past the millisecond it went down? It's so funny. That's like the
now I want to
greatest
see if
scout
it
ever.
cancels it.
You know how much trouble you got in for canceling stuff against Armani, too.
Yeah. This is different. I guess he's going to go for it. I feel like them spotting the Dark Shrine the second it's been made is about as bad of a position as you can be in for SOS.
Well, you know, the Dark Shrine, like, DTs make you do a lot of things. You don't necessarily need to make them or make many of them. Like, even one can be all right. We've also seen in the past, there was this one game that SOS had a macro blink DT build, which was kind of interesting. I don't think it can work here because the natural is kind of on like high ground compared to around it, so you can't really blink into it to harass, but I don't know, I guess we'll see what he does with it. Can't cancel everything, right?
Well, you say that, but... Okay. A little bit of pressure here. I don't think we're going to see SOS overextend this time around. I think he's being very patient, very cautious.
More Stalkers being made. Raven, of course, coming out.
Terran continuing to power up. Protoss will be taking a third in a little bit here. And it's been a quiet game for the early part here. Just continually coming in there with the Oracle, just checking. taking little peeks anywhere you can.
And, like, I don't think he should be trying to blink in again. Yeah, third Nexus on the way. Still has that Dark Shrine. No DTs made as of yet. Okay, he's going to try it. Maybe this is a recall strat.
Yeah, I think he's going to just curve his way to the side here.
Yeah, something like this is... I like this more than what he did the other game.
Well, he certainly hasn't lost as much. He's actually still doing damage.
Yeah.
You know, until a tank sieges up, you're kind of free to do whatever you want.
Yeah. He's actually going to make a cancel on the barracks. Ooh.
Okay, a blink in here. Now oh man, I think SOS kind of did the same thing in the end.
It was better than last game's.
Yeah, that's for sure. And now he does a recall.
Only gets 2 out, but I mean, it's definitely worth a recall to get 2 Stalkers.
The game 2 Stalker blink in here was like, it just didn't do enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think even that with that game 2 could have been won by SOS had he not done the all-in timing.
Well, it looks like he's doing something kind of similar here right now. He's going up to 8 gates.
We have charge coming here. There's 5 more gateways.
Yeah. So 8 gate charge blink. His Oracle did a bit less than game 1, but his Stalkers did a bit more.
The Oracle's also still available now to try to keep tagging the army. I mean, we see the 3rd CC started here. Maybe he just tries again. Maybe there's something subtle with the control or the execution that we just don't know about, that he sees, okay, I actually messed that up. If I do it again this time, it'll work.
I don't think he's going to do it again. He just added 2 gases.
Yeah.
So that looks like it's more tech heavy, right? Like you don't need 2 more gases to make Zealots.
Right. Well, he's getting Robo now. I guess charge is just a good upgrade to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you definitely want it. You need it to stop pushes and whatnot. But I don't think it's going to be that thing that we saw where he makes 30 Zealots and just tries to, like, bamboozle him when he goes to his 3rd. He's like, aha, I got you.
No DTs made, right?
0.
Just skip the tech. Smart, actually.
Just
when you get scouted, just keep it, make him defend it, don't even use it.
It's just a big flagpole.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, by the way, that he made the gases at his 30. He doesn't have them at his natural.
Yeah.
That like kind of makes it a little bit tricky, I guess. If you scout the gas at 30, you're like, wow, he has a lot of gas. You know?
Yeah. No, it's a very unusual pattern to try to get your gas from. So right now the Protoss is just waiting. You sit and you wait. See if there's going to be an opening. Terran's turtled up and continuing to upgrade. Terran is going to be itching to come out in a little bit here, because you need to get that 3rd base up. Protoss will then get the 4th unless Protoss decides to do some kind of special timing attack. A War Prism's inbound here as well to meet up with the rest of the army.
Aha, here's how it's different. 2 High Templars. Okay, good tag there.
It's going to be an Archon, right? He doesn't have Storm, right? No, yeah. All right, here we go.
Oh, he catches a chunk of the army. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but the bulk of it is actually far away enough that the Zealots can't quite charge in.
Yeah, and they already had used their charge as well. So he's actually just losing all the Zealots. I'm sorry, the only difference here was he made an Archon. No Prism in the main base.
What's funny is, yeah, he did try to basically do the same thing.
Very similar.
And this isn't working.
There it is. There's the warp in.
Okay, well, let's see what damage this actually does.
Well, it looks like Kira's not moving across the map anymore. Oh, God. SOS. Losing some more Stalkers.
Archon almost dead now.
Huh. I mean, this is pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Kira's just going to kill him, man.
Kira's definitely in a dominating position.
Storm is almost halfway done. So the Terran should just be able to get up there. SCVs are pulled.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's definitely something wrong with the way SOS approached this matchup, this game here. Like, whatever he's trying to do doesn't work against a player like Kira.
Well, just overall, it's been kind of wonky. Like, his blink-ins aren't really doing it, and then he's just making a lot of charge loss.
SOS is actually playing just very poorly, to be honest.
I wonder if he went down some meta game in-house rabbit hole, you know?
we're like him
this
and his
is
partners.
working against Maru or something because of something Maru's doing? Oh, damn, that pylon is powering a lot of buildings.
Yeah, there's a disruptor out. And we have counterplay here from SOS, but the damage is already being dealt back at home. I mean, this is pretty devastating, man.
That's a huge amount of damage.
I don't know what is back at home here for Cure. I mean, I know he's only on 2 bases, but oh no.
Oh, yeah, I don't think he's going to break this.
I don't think so.
No, it's not quite enough.
No, I think if he can use his SCDs and everything else that's here, he kills us off.
Yeah.
The main is in shambles here. Nothing is powered. SOS is getting eliminated, guys. Kills the disruptor.
Oh, man. Never even got a shot off with it.
GG.
All right, well, that means Kira moves forward in SOS. He is very unlikely to be at the World Championship at this point, I think. But I do believe he still has a chance. Even though he's had kind of an abysmal season. A lot of players are going. It's a bigger pool overall from Korea will be going to IM Katowice than BlizzCon.
Yeah.
I'll calculate before Super Tournament exactly what he needs to get done. But that's it for him out in the round of 24.
Yeah,
He's having a terrible year.
It's sad. I feel for SOS, but then you look at the games and you got to say, yeah, I mean, you're not going to advance to the round of 16. Not with that.
No.
Bums me out. I mean,
not with that twice and the games he played against Armani twice.
No. He does not cut it. We're in a different era right now. But Kier does survive. Again, Armani gets out first. We have an interview set up here. Let's see how Kier's feeling.
And the second player to move out of Group D is Chor of Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Congratulations. Thank you.
네, 말 그대로 최종전 탈락 위기가 있었지만
And you were almost eliminated in the final match, but you did proceed to the round 16 match. How do you feel?
거의 질 거라고 생각했어요. 왜냐면
No, actually, I thought I would lose against SOS because I find the TVP really hard right now.
유진이 형 만나면
So if I do meet SOS in the final match, I knew that I would lose. But you know, SOS played really passively in the final match, so I was really scared.
사실 최종전 때 왜 전진 빌드로 시작하셨을까?
So in the final match, I'm really curious as to why you use a proxy build.
시즌 2 때 그 탈락 이유도 사실 프로토스전이었는데.
So in the season 2, you were eliminated because of Protoss. So can you tell us about that?
하면은 결국에는 탱크를 찍어야 되는데.
Well, when I play TVP, I need to go for siege tanks. But if I do go for tanks, you know, I'm left in a situation where I lose.
오늘 올라간 건 좀 다행인 것 같고.
So I think
가서 좀 더 연습을
me advancing to the round of 16 today was quite lucky.
탱크를 찍으면 게임이 져 있다.
So you're saying that if you go for the tanks, you're left in a situation where you lose.
계속 해답을 구하는 중이신 것 같습니다. 자, 승자전 저그전도 굉장히 아쉬웠죠.
So let's talk about the winners match. It was a little disappointing for you.
그대로 버티는 명장면을 만들기도
So there were some moments where you defended the Zerg army so perfectly, but you did lose in the end. So what were some disappointing points about that game?
못 이기겠더라고. 그래서
Well, you know, going for the macro against Zerg is really hard to win.
두 번째, 세 번째는 그냥
And in the
반반으로
second
갔던 것
set,
같은데
in the third set, I think I went quite 50-50, but I think I lost because of skills.
실력패였다. 이렇게 정리를 해봤습니다. 사실 시즌 1에서 준우승 이후
In season 1, you were the finalist.
16강 마무리는 본인 스스로가 가장 아쉬우셨을
And
것
season
같아요.
2, it's been
올
quite rough
시즌은
for
좀
you.
어떻게 보고 계신가요?
So what are your objectives for this season?
솔직히 지금 당장은 굉장히 힘든 것 같고.
Right now, I feel like it's going to be really hard.
찾아야 될 것 같아요.
I'm going to need to find some solutions before I move on to the round of 16.
저희가 확인할 수가 있었는데 그래도 많은 분들이 이번 시즌 또 김도욱 선수의 우승을
But despite
응원하고
that,
계시거든요.
many fans expect you to win the GSL this season. So anything you want to say before you go?
정말 떨어질 뻔했는데 제가
I was almost eliminated.
경기에서 유진이 형한테 하도 많이 져서.
But in the final match, you know, I often lost to SOS. So I was a little worried.
그래도 좀 편하게 해가지고.
But I think despite that, I still played quite comfortably.
중간에 올라갔으니까 16강부터는 좀 더 열심히 해서.
And I think from the round of 16, I'm gonna have to try harder and try to show a better
김도욱
performance.
선수가 이번 시즌 그때 못 이룬 우승의 꿈을
So
이룰
let's
수
see if
있을지
QR can
지켜보도록
lift up the trophy this
하겠습니다.
season.
다시 한번 진출 축하드립니다.
Once again, congratulations on your advancement. Thank you.
네,
So
이렇게
cool,
2위
man.
진출자
Pure
김도욱 선수
advances.
만나봤는데요.
I am
오늘
sad
기조
for
경기
SOS.
최종 정리
Yeah,
확인해보겠습니다.
but you know what are you gonna do, man? Like if you play like that, there's no way you get to round of 16.
It's true. It's true. He did not bring his A game tonight, nor this year.
Everything was obsolete.
He's only okay.
Everybody's
showing
using
with
iPhones.
Katowice.
He's like, check out my record player.
Yeah.
Like, look,
It's
this
weird.
is a smartphone. He's like, I can put string between 2 paper cups and talk to you. It's like,
well, his hipster friends think his builds are cool, but
yeah,
they don't work in the real world.
check out these builds. You've probably never heard of them before.
Definitely did not. Definitely did not.
Yeah, I just don't even know why he was playing like that in the last game. It's like he was just trying to end it. I don't think you need to end it at that point in time. He already had the lead.
Yeah.
Guys, Group E is just around the corner. That'll be Saturday, 1 p.m. KST, as you know, when we're always on. Innovation Hurricane, Zhaon, and Sue. Now, also, we have an extra ASL day that day. It's on the same channel, so we're going to bang out these games, and then everybody's going to go down to our other studio, and we're going to have some ASL.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a super long day for us, but a super cool day for StarCraft.
It's going to be a great weekend coming up. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty good group right there, too. I mean, he obviously has his 2 big favorites, but don't sleep on those Protoss boys. They're not bad at all.
And look, I hope SOS gets better, maybe in Super Tournament, maybe next year, but I don't know what he's doing. The PVZ games,
slump.
they were way too eccentric.
It's weird because he really is up at the top of the ladder, but I guess, I don't know.
I have no idea. The position he gets into, he also had really bad stalker attacks where the stalkers were getting hit from every angle, and he kills some stuff, but he loses most of it. And then he still sets up to try to end the game right away. I don't understand.
Yeah, it felt like he violated all of the fundamentals of RTS, and
usually
I was waiting for him to win and show me something new, but instead he lost.
Usually SOS is the RTS player. RTS player is RTS player. You know what I'm saying? If you're a big fan of RTS, the way that he plays,
well, it's so
really
much strategy.
speaks to you. Yeah,
so many mind games and
he
strats.
He usually is able to exhibit why StarCraft is so deep and so cool, and I don't even know what I was looking at.
Well, today he kind of exhibited that you need to follow some core principles that exist within the game, or you're going to have a very hard time. Because that's exactly what we saw. His opponents played solid, and he kind of like...
No, I don't know. Yeah, it just...
He just got smashed. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ugh.
I mean, I want to see him win. He's SOS. He's excited.
Yeah, but there's no way you win with the games like that today.
Not like that.
But Armani really pulling it together. He's starting to look a lot more like these other top-tier, untouchable Zergs. Bomber, unfortunately, does not survive. He does. I mean, he is from a different area, but a different era, excuse me. But he's also looking like his play is from a different era. That being an old one that is not applicable to 2020.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if he sticks around and keeps with it and improves, because we know that he can. It's not like this is impossible for him to get up to a high level in Code S.
It takes a hard time, a long time, I should say. It's really hard to actually get back into the shape you were.
Yeah.
Even if you've been
Lots of hard work.
one of the best in the whole world, you take some years off, and like, there's so much you have to know.
Yeah.
So much of StarCraft is just knowing every weird situation and how to handle it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
And with all the matchups and all the maps, that's a lot.
It is.
Anyways, guys, that's all the time we have. We will see you on Saturday, 1 p.m. KST, and then 7 p.m. KST for ASL as well. We love you. Wash your hands, wear a mask, and have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you are. Bye-bye.